Recording in progress.
Not taking a roll.
Not at all. So we have Greg,
Here.
Gus,
Here.
Dan,
Here.
me, here, and then Claire.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know if we have to vote on anything tonight. I think I'm legitimately not there because I don't feel well. I don't know.
Do we have to have a vote to have Claire be a voting member since she is, for things?
Are we gonna be voting on it?
We're gonna be voting on it. So.
Yeah, I guess.
But I want you to treat me as one of the council and not as one of the public.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So you're officially here as a member of the council.
Okay.
I don't think we need to vote on that. Because there's not actually a voting. But okay, great. Then let's go ahead. So we have a quorum. So let's go ahead and kick things off. Ray, would love to hear from you. Whatever you think we should know.
Okay, it's good to be with you all tonight. Just where I should start. So it's been the last year's been an eventful year. There's been quite a bit that's been happening at the county level. I apologize that Adam's not with you all tonight, but I am here with you, and I think we've seen that change now. We'll have Adam Wheeler, our member of the county team, and actually here. We're working on trying to use more support in that way. And so the same way that my fellows and other councils are in advisory council.
I can't hear you. So just pick it up. So how is that mic good? It's,
Okay, you hear me now?
you know, it might be that cable.
Take any other table.
Claire, can you hear Ray? Okay.
Say something, Ray.
Yeah, I can hear you.
That was bad.
Okay, so
Replace you. I just put the table, yes. Did you?
yeah.
So how do I do that?
No, yeah.
All right, great. So apologies about immediately isn't here with me tonight, but we will be having county staff here with you guys from now on. Directly from the county executives team, the same way that we have staff to North Fair Oaks and other advisory communities to try and bring that support here to all of you. Some things that we've worked on in the last year that are ongoing projects that you may or may not be aware of. We have a healthcare project taking place right now for the coast side that we have been working with the County Department of Health. Early last year, we began that project to go ahead and evaluate healthcare on the coast side. We looked at what healthcare existed on the coast side. Went and looked specifically at seating in the emergency room there and how that was being used. They have gone through a remodel. And the question really came up is underutilized emergency room useful, or would it be more useful to have an urgent care facility there, or both? And really tried to figure out how can we expand the services. And so, but rather than doing that based on anecdotal evidence, what we did was in partnership with the County Department of Health, we reached out to all of the insurance providers and healthcare providers that serve the coast that we're aware of, and we sent them requests for information with respect to the number of patients they have on the coast side and where they were seeking medical treatment and what type of treatments. And what I'm proud to report, happy to report to you all, is that all but 2 providers have responded to that and are engaged with us in that process. And 2 insurance providers, all but 2 have engaged in that process with us and started to provide information. And the provider stakeholders who we've worked with on the base side have been supportive of that process. Possible outcomes, again, obviously, would be looking at what that seed facility looks like, which they're very interested in, by the way, and trying to figure out how to make that better serve the coast. But also looking at whether or not we sort of a co-op, a medical provider, system where we have multiple providers at one place, all working together. Because one of the things we heard was, well, there isn't enough population for one center, but the argument that we made back is there's plenty of patients for one center. And so we've begun that work. And just, I was on a phone call today. We met with also every member of the legislative delegation representing San Mateo County on that project. So that we run into any rough spots, we have support. And so today I was on the phone, for instance, with the Seminole Team's office, gaining their support for that process. So that's moving along very well. Another issue we've been working on is stormwater management, something we clearly heard coming out of the storms last year. What was interesting in that process was that there was no stormwater management plan for the coast. And really also understanding the history of that. The Department of Public Works has tried to spend some time with me explaining that back all the way back when the board supervisor, that there were some decisions made in the community about whether they wanted to pay into a stormwater management district. And so what I've asked to have happen and what the Department of Public Works is talking about has agreed to do is put together an RFP for a consultant to come in and look at what a stormwater management program would look like for the coast, for the mid-coast, and start to bring that forward so that we can educate the public and see if that's something that people want and what we bring together the data necessary for that. Roads. So done quite a bit of work with Caltrans. Actually, have a letter going to them that's circulating right now. Congressman Eshu, Senator Becker office, and Senator Berman's office right now about the condition of roads here on the coast. Starting with the 92 sinkhole project, which has taken far too long to bring to completion. And so all the way, and then just discussing the potholes, just how many potholes we have, which is something I've heard strongly from constituents, both on 1 and the 92, and how they need to be addressed. We really need to run a crew out here to address all of that. And then the coastside erosion that's taking place along the coastside, which, Dan, I remember your emails that you sent to me and others, really looking at when are they going to finally get around to fixing those problems. And this is actually an enormous problem down further down the coast in Pescadero, south of Pescadero Road, where the Highway 1 is really starting to sink. And it's really reached a point that you wonder what the sinkhole looks like under the freeway that's becoming that damage. And so we've asked in that letter, and I'm pushing for timelines from not just that they fix them, but I want the scheduled timelines for all of those projects so that we can hold accountable to that, what project completions look like and what the maintenance schedule looks like up and down the coast, Highway 1 and the 92. We also have an issue with AT&T that we've been working on now for a few months. AT&T's reached out to a lot of hardline providers and indicated they're going to be beginning service. It's completely unacceptable in areas on the coast that where we already have cellular dead spots or completely unreliable cellular, especially in natural hazard events. There's a big push taking place both at the county and at the federal and state level against pushing back on that from our legislators and the county itself. For example, today I was in meetings with the county council and with head of county tech, IT, and everyone putting together our draft letter on that. There's a op-ed that Congressman Eshu and I have coming out on that issue. There's been, I think, over 4,500 objection letters already at the CPUC. I can't imagine the CPUC's going to agree to do this, but it's shocking to me that the request has been made candidly. And so we're pushing really hard on that and taking it seriously.
So could you elaborate a little bit? Did you say that AT&T was making a decision to end service?
Yeah.
What you said?
Landline service. Yeah. So we have multiple residents who actually have received letters notifying them that their service, AT&T is moving to try to end their
Is
service.
that the complete hillside?
I don't know if it's the complete coast side, but it's really affected areas. The people I'm hearing most from actually are in the far south coast. But to allow them to do this anywhere at this time, so I mean, obviously, if this were to happen in Montero and Moscow Beach areas, it's significant. And so the other thing that I would share with you that it affects is, so as you all know, I was going to come down to, but we spent a lot of time looking at broadband and internet access. And one of the things in areas where there's been also low connectivity, and one of the solutions that we had for the South Coast that we were wanting to try to use the hardwire system and relays to make that work. And this would completely undercut our ability to do that. And we had come up with a secondary system until we could actually get the cable down. So it's just a huge issue for us. So we're really pushing back on this. On PG&E, we're going to get, so PG&E was responsive in that they brought more trucks after this last wind event. I also want to share with people on this wind event, it's exactly what we expected was going to start happening with respect to climate change, is that we were going to get these wind events. These wind events, I'm always going to want to be upfront. We expect these wind events to get worse. If this is not like we expect them to get worse. And so it's really important right now that we harden that infrastructure. I actually right now am contemplating issuing legislative subpoenas from the board to bring PG and into board chambers later this year to talk about the cost benefit analysis they're doing with respect to doing that work on the coast. The board hasn't used legislative subpoenas that I can remember any time in the last few decades, but I think, and we'll see what happens with respect to them, but it's that important, I think, for them to understand what these outages mean to the coast when they happen with this much frequency. The connectivity project was approved by the Coastal Commission. Thank you all for your letter and work around that you did, and coordinating the other agencies also send letters. The good news, not only that, is that cable was approved, but I also talked to the governor's staff, and they told me that it is in the governor's budget and they expect it to stay there. And they're already talking with one service provider who is targeting to break ground as early as May. So that project is moving, which we're excited about. The other great thing about that is that the Coastal Commission's been very warm and responsive to the work that we're doing around that. They've been very positive. So I think that we'll have, this whole thing is helping us build rapport with them to do other great work. CRISP. The CRISP project, Coastal Resiliency Infrastructure Strategic Plan, is moving forward to the Department of Emergency Management. The new head of Department of Emergency Management loves this project. She's actually bringing in GIS resources to help with this project. She wants it to not be a one-off project, but to be ongoing and maintained. And the stakeholder lists for the reach out, actually, my staff and my right out the door, they're going to look at tonight. So because the letters are going out to all the different agencies to ask them to bring in their projects, which is great. We can't get that. And that's just what the other word I received from the head of Department of Emergency Management today, which was that she attended a mitigation conference at Cal OES last week, and there was a lot of mitigation money available if we just have shovel-ready projects ready to go. So she's really excited about using the CRISP in order to do that and prioritize them. We do have an issue that will be coming that I believe will end up with all of you soon. The Marauder Road is in bad shape. So the one side of that road that faces the ocean is compromised pretty significantly. It will require coastal commission permits to try to figure out how to go ahead and fix that side of the roadway. If you go out there now, you see it's been damaged by the recent storms. Right now, the Department of Public Works is trying to figure out what to do with that. Right now on the table, it may come down for a public safety reason that we have to make that road one way for the time being while we go ahead and address that. But if that's the case, there'll be no walking road on the other side of those towns. But to have it to support the way of cars right now is a question that we're really trying to evaluate. Cars by the airport. So we received quite a few complaints recently about cars that that people may be using the side of the airport to park junk cars and all sorts of other things, just basically became a dumping ground. We are working to go ahead and do our assessment of that and evaluate and pull those cars out of there. And so we hope to be, it's an area that we're targeted for a significant amount of them. What else? The coastside office is being used. And so we have the coastside office is actually being used pretty significantly. We get lots of requests for it from both internal to county and outside of it. One of the things that's coming up, obviously, they plan to have the Cypress Point meeting there. With respect to that development, planning that's to use that. And we said, you go ahead and you're welcome to use it. So that's great because it will accommodate many more people on the coast and other locations. And I tried to cover, I'm sure there's many other issues you want to ask me about, but I really wanted to go over a list that I thought you'd be interested in.
Just with respect to the last bit about your office there, did you mention that you're at some points that maybe there's going to be some renovation to it? Or?
Yes, I got the county executive has agreed to go ahead and do renovations in there so that I can go ahead and support all of the equipment that is used here, for instance, to go ahead and live stream your the live stream meetings. So if you want to come there and live stream meetings, it still doesn't have the acoustic sound routine, which would learn much more, but it does. They are, because it's been used so much by so many, the county's going to make a significant investment to go ahead and make it really usable for meetings such as this.
And then my other question is, I mean, I heard a lot of great stuff in what you just said. What can we do to help move any of that stuff along?
So the letter, for instance, the letter of support on the connectivity project was huge. I mean, what I'd love to do, and it's great that we're meeting once a month, which we already started doing, and I should have reported that. I'm going to need help with Morada, for instance, Morada Road, when that happens, to inform the public of what's happening, to feedback and share that with me. I want to do the issues like cars by the airport. Again, you might get some people questioning what we're doing there and how we're doing it. And then issues like that come up, you just show there are issues popping up like that in the community. We're working as far as we can to be responsive as fast as we can. It'd be very helpful with the Caltrans issue, for example, to have a support letter saying to Caltrans, yeah, we're aware of this letter that's come from the supervisor in Washington. This is a significant issue for folks in the Midcoast. That would be great. And then, it's funny because the Midcoast Council is already so active, so it's weird to ask too. You guys are already so active, right? To provide such good work product. So
we can do that. So you can feel free to let us know what we can do.
I will absolutely.
Okay, yes, so now, other council questions? Dan, we'll go around this one.
Yeah, thanks, Ray, for this summary of. Yeah, I totally agree with you on the certain road fixes that are required. It's culverts, just potholes and a number of potholes and do that. One thing I really like to see is the passing lane going up the hill. To me, it appears that there's absolutely no reason that it should be closed because the passing lane, merges before any of that stuff. So, it would just function like it always did, allowing people to pass, slow trucks, you know, going up the hill. So I'd like to see that. I don't know why it's, remained that way. Of course,
I agree with you.
of course, the overall fix as soon as possible. I don't know what's up to that. It'd be great to get for the community to understand, I get a summary from, you know, from Caltrans as to the status and why it's taking so long, et cetera. You may or may not know, but the Marauder Road has been fixed over the years. It's not the first time that this has happened. It's happened several times, and they have put base rock in, you know, and then repatched, and it would hold for a couple of years or the next, you know, terrible storm. So that's my guess. Is the within the easy fix. And then, you know, there's been a lot of talk. I guess I never really talked to you personally, Ray, but the whole issue or question of should the MCC move its function into the hardware to your office. I've talked to several community members, and you know, we're right here. And, you know, we're walking distance from the largest community in the Midcoast. A lot of people like, you know, the ventilation, the windows, the close bathroom, the coziness. Not to say that if we ever had any hot issue that we needed a larger place, you know, probably the first person we call would be you. But to have every you know, I know a couple people, and maybe I've been talking to you regularly, but I don't know if they've told you that the community is concerned with that. So, you know, a vote, a full agendized item before anything would be
I'm not trying to force that decision. It's up to all of you.
Okay.
Just an offer.
Yeah, because this place seems to function well. It's been functioning very well. And, there's a lot of benefits. Okay, that's all I have. Well, actually, you know, you probably see a lot more electric bicycles, electric scooters. So these parallel trails, these multimodal trails, are being used more and more to get from you know, northern Midcoast to Halfway Bay. And as a result, you're having more and more people crossing at Frenchman Creek or crossing wherever. I'd really like to see some type of feasibility study on some type of underpass somewhere. You know, I have a few ideas where might be the best places to consider it first, but I don't want that to be my suggestion only. But I think that you know, it's time that we kind of look at as an overall long-term plan, because we all know that we need to have this artery function. It needs to flow, and we need safety, and we just need convenience for everybody. Some of these proposals that you know, Connect the Coast Eye has proposed are just ridiculous in the sense that they will really just cause gridlock with so many areas to actually stop 100% flow of the highway. So I'd like to see if we could start, you know, having serious discussions about looking at
Well, you inspired me. What I didn't share was I spent a month in February, late January, where I only rode public transit to get out to the coast and up and down the coast. And you've inspired me now. What I'll commit to is, in addition to taking all the feedback from my own issues on this, I think I'm going to set up a time period where once I get to the coast, all I do is take a bike up and down to see what that's like, so that I can have that personal experience also to go ahead and advocate for those things. But I hear what you're saying on those issues, and to connect the side again is a little difficult because it's Caltrans and we provide input to Caltrans on those things. And so I'll go ahead and see what we can do in order to accomplish those goals with them. I agree with you with respect to the lane going up to 92. I don't know why that is still closed. It makes no sense to me why that would be closed there. And like I said, I'm really not pushing for you all to come to be in the office. I'm just offering if you like it. And so it's a thing where you only come on circumstances where you have overflow. It's great. So, but it's there. We certainly have had those instances where.
A little bit of a disadvantage here. One last one,
Let me say it with the mic.
oh. That's great.
You're not showing up on the transcript.
We'll ask somebody from the audience.
That means the mic's not working.
Well, it should be.
Say something
Oh,
about.
no, I can give you mine. How about?
Well, let's just,
When you might have to answer a question.
yeah.
Well, I stand by.
Speak.
that. Here we go.
Hello?
We can hear faintly,
You can hear vaguely,
faintly, yeah.
faintly.
You're not showing up.
Yeah, we'll all print it.
This one?
It's up and down.
That's probably the simple solution.
Okay. So I can tell you what my concerns are and I apologize if you already covered them. Primary on my mind right now are sea level rise solutions. And I'm concerned about some of the Caltrans work in that regard, especially at Surfers Beach. And several other areas that are connected. As you know, I want us to think about holistic solutions and solutions that don't rely heavily on market. So I've noticed that you're a little inconsistent in your approach and your understanding in some of these issues, and I think there's various reasons for that. But I'd like to have more of a dialogue and understand better where we're coming from on some of these things, and I guess remain open-minded and sort of reach some understanding, because there are a lot of community members who are very concerned about this as well. So I just keep going and then.
I can respond to that because I know, I know when I was at the Coastal Commission, I believe you spoke. And what happened at the Coastal Commission was we were asking for them to approve that broadband cable. And I believe you spoke and said, well, you wanted the cable, but you didn't want it to go around the Caltrans right away. Because of the Surfer Beach, because it was required to go by the Surfers Beach area, and you were concerned that sea level rise might affect it, and I didn't want that to mean that there would be continued maybe anything additional to the rocks there, just to protect it. And I think I don't believe it was me who said it, but it was the Coastal Commission staff who said, well, Caltrans, we have worked at this issue, and this is the Caltrans right away, and this is the only place where the cable can go right now. And we think that this makes sense at this time. So I don't think that's me being inconsistent in supporting that. I think that's me saying this community's gone long enough without this redundancy. And we need to get this done now. The Coastal Commission and Caltrans is saying this is the path we have. This is what I need to do. Because at the end of the day, I can't, just as a as a supervisor, my biggest concern is current public health. So, but I understand where you're coming on it, and there'll be many more discussions about how we deal with sea level rise in the future. I appreciate your concerns.
Thank you.
Excuse me, there's some concerns, I'm reading on the chat that people can't hear. Can we get some feedback from the
Can you
community?
hear me now?
Claire, can you hear? How's the audio out in the Zoom world?
No, these sounds loud.
I could hear Ray really well just now.
I think Greg's MCC Zoom mic is on and you might be getting feedback because it was very muffled before when Ray was talking. It's hard to hear.
So how is my voice right now?
It works well if you guys project. I think it's that your mics might not be directly connected to the Zoom. So for us, we hear all the room echo.
So just get close to the mic and talk into it.
Is better? I'm not hearing the mic pick up, so,
Well, you don't. It's only for recording.
okay.
Yeah. Just get it as close as you can.
Okay.
Get like 2 inches. from-
Thank you. So I appreciate that. That particular example is kind of different because, yes, I knew the cable is not a reason for, rationalizing another seawall. In that case, I was thinking of cost, but I just want to be clear to the public that my voice at that meeting was not representative of the MCC, it was representative of certified, so that's a little bit different. But I appreciate that. So other concerns I have, you mentioned the location in your office, and I think you were talking about us using that location.
If you want to.
My only concern with that location is the air circulation, because as you see, I'm still wearing a mask and I have to be careful if my parents have health issues. So that's my biggest concern with that location. Maybe anything else works fine. My other concern is just in terms of our role representing the larger community. And it's felt a little bit, not combative, but like we're not in alignment in the last few months. After being told that we have to go through some particular person to register decisions by the council or talk to anyone in a public office. Maybe I'm misunderstanding some of that to take positions on things. I'm concerned that sometimes the community and the council, as its representative, may have views that don't match that of the supervisor or the supervisor staff. And when that happens, I guess I'd like to hear your feelings on how do we work together well when we're not on the same side of something.
So I don't, the policy that you're talking about was a county of San Mateo policy. It wasn't a supervisory review policy. So I don't want you to conflate the two. It's very different. The county of San Mateo and county counsel's office and the county executive's office began concern when members of different advisory commissions, not specifically the MCC, but county commissions started reaching out to public agencies outside the county, and there was confusion from those public agencies of what the position of the county was. All of that happened independent of my office. And I don't believe there's ever been a time that I'm aware in the last, while I've been supervisor, that any commission has taken a position where I reached out to the commission and said, I don't like you doing it. That's just not who I am. I don't do that. I try to be responsive to that. I also try to make sure that if there's information that folks don't have, that we get that. So an example of that is that when the county came out with that policy and they put it on the board agenda, and I learned of it, and then I learned the Midcoast Council had concerns about that. I called the county executive and said, we got to take this off. And I actually did it, I think, in the board meeting. So we got to take this off so people understand it before you pass it. And so in that circumstance, when there was confusion about that, I actually uplifted the concerns. Even though I understood internally what the policy was, that they had sort of tried to explain to me, I uplifted those concerns and I paused it so the commission would have a chance to talk with county staff before. And that's typically how I do that. I've had some other examples where I had a member of an advisory commission say something that I disagreed with, and the press contacted me and said, "Well, what do you feel about this?" And I said, "I disagree with it," but I didn't say they can't say it. And that's a different thing. And so I always want, and I hope everyone on this commission knows, I always want you to be candid with me. You have a right, you have your right to free speech. You have your right to free speech as a commission. I'm not always going to agree with you when I don't. I'll say I won't. I think where that one policy was trying to address, that the county was trying to address, again, not my office, but the county, was confusion that was starting to arise between agencies in the county as respect to who it was that was speaking.
And I guess just an extension of that, having a liaison to the office is a really important thing. And it seems that role has sort of been sporadic over the last few months in terms of reliability and access. And I guess I'm wondering what we should expect going forward this year in terms of the liaison to the supervisor's office.
Yeah, so respectfully, we were sending a staff member here, and the interaction wasn't always seemed like it was well received. And looking at how we addressed that, I also started to look at how the MCC was being staffed by the county as opposed to other advisory.
Mueller. Ray Mueller.
That's what I thought.
I looked at how the MCC was being staffed as opposed to other advisory commissions by the county. And other advisory commissions in the county are staffed by county represented by employees of the county, not the supervisor. And in looking at that, what I realized was that was actually a better policy for that goes back to the last question that you had about what happened when there's a disagreement. Because if I have a liaison from my office and you guys are doing your work, that person who's relaying it back to the county can be accused of telephone or changing it or slightly altering it, right? You worry about what's the supervisor doing with what we think. And I thought to myself, inherently, there's a potential conflict here that seems to sometimes potentially give rise to trust issues. And so for that reason, I went back to the county executive's office and said, look, I want the same arrangement that you have in Fair Oaks and other places where you send a representative of the county to go ahead and be at these meetings and address the concerns. And we, of course, are going to be, as the county supervisor's office, paying attention to all of its meetings and taking the input from the advisory commission and working with them. But the actual interface with the county in terms of the work will be through a county board. And so that's why Adam Neely, who's an assistant county executive, then you said anyway, he's an assistant county executive, is that interface now for the commission. So I hope for the council. So I hope that helps explain that, why we did that. But I think that's going to result in a better product for the council overall.
Those were my top concerns, so I don't have anything else, but thank you very much.
Okay, so actually you mentioned the planning meeting for Sleepers Point. Do you have a date yet?
I think it's been published. I don't know. I don't have a date. I know they asked us for.
I think the 13th of March, I can double check that.
Well, yeah, but there's supposed to be a community outreach meeting prior to that. And I think
The
that's
staff report isn't going to be ready until at least the 6th, maybe the 7th, last I heard.
right. And so I was trying to figure out, because we're talking about, and this is another thing that concerns me about the whole situation, is that they're having a report that comes out on the 7th. And yet the planning commission will be hearing and deciding, whether or not to approve the project on the 13th. So you're talking 6 days from the time the public is given any information to, form a response or even show up to the planning commission. I'm just concerned that, we waited all this time and, nothing's happening. And it sounds like we're not going to get a formal response to each of our questions.
I appreciate you sharing that concern with me. I didn't realize the date was a week apart, and I'll go back and I'll talk to the city, to the county about that and the planning commission. So I'll talk. No, I just didn't realize it was that close together, but.
I'm just concerned, I'm concerned that it doesn't give the public an opportunity to say anything.
That's fair.
And they should get a chance to digest what happened. They gave their input when the draft EIR, and now all of a sudden, because they're not going through CEQA, they're just kind of saying, okay, well, we're just going to give this blanket response, and there's no more real public involvement other than the planning meeting.
I hear you. When they came to me and they told me that the new law had passed and that CEQA, that the applicant can choose not to go through a CEQA process anymore. What I said to the county planning department was I expected them still to respond to the concerns that were raised. I think that they had to do that in order to maintain public in the process. And so I don't believe what's going to happen is you're going to get one blanket response to all of it. What it should be is it still should be separated by subject type, similar to what you would see, although it won't be line by line. It should be addressing those issues that were raised. If that's not the case, then it's something that should be, please raise that issue to me at that time. I will also say to you all that it's also because of my role in the appeal of the planning commission process, my hands are somewhat tied in this process as it moves forward, where that I'll be basically bound by what county council advises me what I am allowed and not allowed to do with respect to influencing the process as it gets to me at the end, and because they all have legal rights through it. And so I hope that's clear, but I have made it very clear that I expected that the county would still be responding to the issues that were raised by the public through that secret process, even though it's no longer now applicable by state law.
Because actually there are several exceptions in the law that do not apply, actually. So there may be even in question whether or not they are responsible for CEQA, because there's just, for example, one of the things that it says is within 1 mile of the parcel, there is supposed to be a supermarket or grocery store, a public park, community center, pharmacy or drugstore, medical clinic or hospital, a public library, and a school. And it says that maintains either a kindergarten or any grades 1 through 12. Well, they don't have any of them. So the only thing they have is a public park, and it's even questionable about the hospital because it doesn't offer all services. I mean, if you have cardiac needs, I mean, you're going off the coast. So, there's just things like that that I think that it's important for the people who are making these decisions to understand. And I feel like by skipping the process, that was, my major concern. On the other side of that, I'm really happy to hear about the landline situation, because that was a big concern of mine. Because we have so many power outages, it's sometimes that's the only way you can make a phone call. And in an emergency, I mean, that's your only hope. I mean, my cell service is real sketchy. Like most people in their home, that's in your home.
I know, we're working really hard.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah, we're working really hard to improve that cell coverage too. And I know it's a huge issue here in the Midcoast. It's a huge issue in the South Coast too. It's going to be even compounded by the fact when we open that new county park, because the cell coverage there is terrible. And so for public health reasons, we just have to expand cell service in this period.
And then there was something I worked with Dan, and he can correct me if I'm not saying it right, but the International Dark Sky lighting standards. I think it would be great if we could work towards an ordinance for the coast side in particular for building. It is the number one topic.
We actually brought it we had a meeting, I was until, later, yeah, so.
Oh, my apologies. Well, I'm very sorry. I was unaware of that. So, but yeah, it's something that we get every meeting.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a meeting that goes by that doesn't get brought up by the public, and I think it's a real concern.
Yeah.
So,
There are some wonderful places that have been pointed out to me, where policies have been adopted and it's really protected the ability to be the staff. And so it's something that I'm supportive of trying to implement. So I believe you guys are providing me the model code so I can look at them very account.
I really appreciate that very much. We really appreciate that support because that's probably, I think, the number one thing.
The biggest issue that I can see going forward on that isn't going to be, once we have them, it's not future construction. The real issue is what's already in place. And that's a tougher thing for a jurisdiction to touch. So
At least for the future, that would be great.
for the future, absolutely.
And then, of course, like others, the road conditions, that's been something of major concern, I think, for the public and myself. And especially with the storms. I mean, we see this happening time and time again. And I was wondering, has there ever been any discussion about undergrounding wires here? Like we've done in other communities. I know PG&E is doing that extensively in other areas, but is there any talk about something like that on the coast? Possibly.
So yeah, so when we, during last year's storm systems, I had PG&E in the meeting and they made it pretty clear that this area is low on the list for undergrounding because we have such low wildfire danger to other areas where they are undergrounding right now. But what my argument, because as I spoke about earlier in the presentation, now I'm talking about potentially issuing legislative subpoenas to them. One of the things that I don't understand right now, and I'm going to try to understand, is right now the way the PG&E system is set up, the wires that go out from Half Moon Bay provide the current that if it gets cut, people lose, and you have to wait for them to work at Half Moon Bay and each place has to go down the coast. But it seems to me that if you increased the current from coming out from other areas for the coast, you wouldn't be so reliant on Half Moon Bay. And so I think there are things that they can do now short of undergrounding that may have some costs associated with them, but would increase reliability for coastside residents that could be looked at. And then the other question is, okay, if they won't do it volitionally, are we really looking at how can we get the legislature to compel them in coastside areas, because these storms are creating. And as I said earlier, I expect these wind storms to worsen. They're not, it's not like the wind storms are not the ones, the amount of rain we get every year will be different, but the amount of wind we get, I believe, is going to be significant ongoing with climate change. And so we just have to harden the grid.
I agree with you 100%, especially here. I mean, we're getting some of the highest gusts of wind right on the coast. And actually, I mean, to push back on PG&E, Montero Mountain is in a very high fire danger. So I don't know what they're saying, that it's not high fire danger, maybe in some of the immediate areas, but all around here, and even El Granada, this is right in here, is considered very high fire danger. So I don't know, just because we haven't caught a fire yet, it would be nice to prevent that. But I understand it.
They made the comment maybe in an area that was pretty close
Yeah.
being on fire not too many years ago, which I thought was a little ironic. So, but we definitely have something we're going to be pushing back on.
Yeah, especially with the rate increases involved, like face. Anyway, I think that's it for me. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Awesome. Right. Yeah, Ray, I think it's going to drive all the way over here. Thanks for doing that. And it's an extra hour at least out of your life.
I'm here every day.
So
I was here yesterday.
I'm going to make a couple of quick observations, and then I'm going to ask questions I don't expect you to answer here. And I'll put them right. One observation is I had a racquetball buddy of mine who's a veteran acoustic engineer, consultant, partner at a firm, came over to the office
made recommendations on how to spray coating on the ceiling. I gave those to Mike O'Neill last year. Than it was last year. Because it was a new office, we weren't sure how much it would be utilized. It's a big office. And so to go ahead and put that acoustic on the ceiling, right, but it's a modification of the structure for the landlord. The landlord would have to agree. Yeah, so not knowing how long it would be there, I'm not sure if we could have done it. Now that it's being utilized as much as it is, it may be worth having a conversation.
Okay. Second observation is that a year or two ago, when I was discussing the community fiber with the sewer authority Midcoast. Several of their pump stations are on AT&T Twisted Bed, and they're not reliable now. They volunteered to dig the trenches for the fiber if we would provide community fiber to them. And it would be a more robust solution, I think, than which we just, like PG, we just can't trust. So this gets back to the need for community fiber, and I'm telling you, there are instances here where I think while it's in use right now, there are people who would support upgrade as long as we get a community fiber network providing affordable fiber connectivity to people's homes. Okay.
And I agree. What I think I need to do is I'm going to bring in Mike Wentworth, who would be the person in charge of the county comments on those issues, to go ahead and provide his take on the viability of community fiber, because he has his feelings about it. And I think rather than try to be the person in the middle of that, I'll bring him here to talk to you about it.
Well, you just beat me to it.
Yeah.
Because I was about to ask you, as a general statement, who is going to answer the letters and questions raised by the MCC? I don't expect you as a supervisor to be subject matter expert. I don't expect your office to have the capacity. You've got the departments filled with experts. But who's going to provide a written explanation of the action or inaction on things like transportation to and from Montana, Moss Beach, which is the Caltrans work, which, you know, to us, while we have direct contact with Caltrans, I'm not sure we're the people who should be coordinating the management of that, but we don't know who else is, which is why some people go to Washington to try and get things to happen. Well, the AT&T issue and the community fiber issue, the issue of CRISP, and the issue of stormwater. Who do we work with? And when I say work with, I mean to discuss our requirements, the scope of the work they're proposed to do, the alternatives that are being generated for consideration, the decision criteria they're applying. I think we should be involved in those kinds of discussions with a subject matter expert or project lead or project initiator if it's not yet a project. And this Wentworth guy sounds like, you know, maybe he's the guy who's a gatekeeper for deciding what kind of project makes sense. So that's the overriding question. We are not sure who to work with productively, and we are not hearing back on the letters we wrote. The CARES program, the fentanyl testing, I can't remember all of them. There's a half a dozen letters that we wrote and nobody answered. And so that's my question. I don't want an answer from you now. I just want to know who we can go to on each of these issues and say, this is the person we should be working with. Maybe it is filtered by an assistant general manager of Midcoast who's a county employee. I don't know, but.
Well, so the answer to that's going to be Mr. Ely. So one of the reasons why we brought in Mr. Ely is because he is directly connected with all of his departments, as opposed to going through me, who's so Adam can go ahead and just go direct to those departments. If I go to departments like that, there are times, you gotta understand, like when I go to talk to them about when I go to talk to the department about community fiber network, they got 4 of the supervisors who are interested in community fiber networks for the districts. And so the question becomes, is that a conversation that takes place where they're into the whole county at once? And so what we really, but I do think it's fair to have Mike come in and talk to you about the pros and cons of the community fiber network in this area and what that looks like cost wise. And so, but Adam will be the person that you go ahead and talk to, and then we'll talk to the different departments. And then the way the new structure will work is Mike my office will still be there and involved in that. But Adam will be the direct conduit to each of those different departments because the county, he's the assistant county executive talking to those departments to go ahead and structure the response on behalf of the county, which is different than, you can imagine, it's different than the supervisor being in the middle of that.
Understood.
Awesome. Claire?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming tonight, Ray. I enjoyed your discussion. There are a lot of things you said that I was really glad to hear. And I also felt bad because I didn't know a lot of those things. I'm have some concerns about your new liaison plan that you were just discussing. It may work really well. Maybe we just haven't figured out how to use it yet. We didn't really even understand it, or at least I didn't. I just knew there was somebody from some important person from the county that was watching our meetings for some unknown reason. So I really miss having somebody from your office because your office cares about us. I mean, they care about the coast. This is your district. It doesn't feel to me as though we're getting the same, even potentially the same degree of interest and knowledge about what we're dealing with from somebody who's strictly an overall county person. So we may need some help from you to figure out exactly how to make that work, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. And I'll try to address that concern, Claire. I can't tell you, we care tremendously about the Midcoast and the Midcoast Council. And we're working we have a lot of projects, as I explained earlier, moving forward to try to address the concerns that you all have raised over the last year and 2 months. And so I apologize if that hasn't come through clearly in communication, but we work on it every day. So, but I hear you, and I'll try to figure out how to get that effectively staffed so we have that interaction. And maybe it is me. Maybe it is because of the knowledge of all of the different programs. In many cases, do go through me. My staff work on different items at each piece. And so they're just not always briefed holistically on everything that's taking place. I think the monthly meetings with Gus should help if a person here doesn't have the knowledge. Hopefully we'll have touched upon them.
I think that will help a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're going to do that. I think that's a good step in the right direction. It has felt to me, at least, as though we had nobody to talk to because Mike isn't coming anymore and you're busy. And so hopefully we can make this all work because we don't want to be here discussing things and making recommendations and stuff and not know where to go with them. But along with that, I just wanted to follow up on one thing that you said. You were describing your healthcare project. And it sounds a lot like I'm representing the MCC on the age-friendly coastside healthcare committee, and Gina, I guess she's your chief of staff, is on that committee. Is that the same committee that you were describing, or is there another project going on that I should be aware of?
So it's the same project, but it's a little different in that. So that work is we started doing that work with the age friendly committee, but then we brought in county health, county medical team to support that. And when we started to do that, the county health said, Ray, we want to go ahead and before we start implementing recommendations, we want to go out and get all of the data from the providers and the insurance providers to support that. So it's the same project. But it's what I shared tonight was the data gathering that county health is doing to support that work. And we couldn't be in a better situation than to be having them do it because to have county health and county medical center back coming forward with those recommendations to support that work at Age Friendly is going to be, I think, really, really vital.
Well, what I'm seeing is something that we might need to iron out a little bit is that Age Friendly is also doing that same type of survey. And they've also gathered all these different providers. So I'm thinking that probably we need to be talking to each other a little bit more to coordinate things. Is there a way that you'd suggest that I approach that?
So I know right now at my belief at Age Friendly was they were talking to the hospitals, and the county's really been focused. County Health's been really focused right now and working with the insurance providers.
Well, so are we.
I didn't know that you had gathered data from the insurance providers, and
We're in
so
the process of doing it.
yeah, I'll talk with Gina about that and find out what's happened there. But is the person that you're working with Peter Shee?
He's been there at some of the meetings, and then I can't speak for him, but
I think what's happened is just Peter's the person doing the work with me. And I think Peter's probably the person who's attending those age friendly meetings. So that's where the confusion lies. He's just at both places.
Okay. Maybe Gina, should I talk to Gina and see if we could?
That's fine.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I don't want us to duplicate efforts and then have everything fall apart.
I don't think it's a duplication of efforts. I think it's the same effort. I think that just internally at the county, there are meetings that are taking place prior to going before the age friendly committee.
Okay. We'll work on it.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Any other council questions before I go to public? Okay. Great. Then let's turn to public questions specifically for the items that Ray brought up tonight. Let's start with Burnett.
Yeah, just a quick comment on the AT&T wanting to withdraw the landlines. That was actually something I was going to bring up the next regular meeting of the MCC. I'm glad to see Supervisor Mueller is looking into it. I received one of those letters about the withdrawal. I continue to have a landline because of the lousy cell service in El Granada. And just quickly, I wanted to pass on that the map that was included in the letter that I received include Miramar, El Granada, and Princeton in the map that I received. Thank you.
Thank you, Burnett. Could you send that to me? Would you mind emailing that to me?
Not at all. In fact, there's a it says an online version of this map with address lookup is available, and then there's a website address. Would you like that to be shared it with the individuals in the meeting today?
That'd be great. Yeah, please. Thank you.
Okay, I will get you that what I have, and I'll share the email address. I mean the website address. Thank you.
Burnett, please send it to the whole council as well. Thanks.
Well, I'm going to send it to everybody in the chat, so we should be everybody should be able. Okay.
Thanks, Burnett. Next, Sid.
Hi. I just have a few questions for Ray because I tuned in about 6 minutes late and I couldn't hear him in the beginning. So if I ask something that he already discussed, I'll watch the meeting later on YouTube. And now I put my closed captions on and it seems to be better. I can read along when I can't catch some of the words. Anyway, one thing I wanted to ask you, we do have a March 5th, primary coming up, but there's a state proposition on there, and I've been reading the pros and cons, and they say Proposition 1 will take money from the counties for mental health. So I'm inclined to vote no on it, but I wanted to know if the county has any kind of position about that, because I don't want to see our county losing any more money. I saw in the last supervisors meeting, they said they had a $69 million deficit. So do you know anything about that on Prop 1?
I can't give a recommendation on Prop 1 at this time on behalf of the county, and I can't give one on behalf of an individual in a meeting like this. But what I can do is I can go back to the county and get the county's position on it, and provide that to you, Sid.
Okay, I've been reading up on it, so you don't have to. I just wondered if the county was aware that proposition is taking money from the counties for mental health and stuff. Anyway, my second question is about Mid-Penn and the 71 units that now it sounds like they're ready to approve it. We just had the news on that our good friend Harold Herman, who was killed on Highway 1 in the Moss Beach corridor on his bicycle, that they let the perpetrator go with time served. And there's still no bike trail or protected or separated bike lane in Moss Beach. And I know the 71 units, they underprovide the parking so they can get bonus density credits, but that's going to be a lot of extra cars. And I did go to something at your office that Caltrans provided saying that they're not going to finish the Moss Beach corridor till 2030. So I'm just hoping that there's going to be some kind of a plan for Midpen to postpone putting in, the extra cars that they're going to be dumping onto Highway 1 right there without any kind of road improvements. And I guess you don't know anything about that, or you do? Are they speeding up the Caltrans project?
I don't know if they're speeding up the Caltrans project, and I want to be careful in how I respond to this because, again, this could be appealed to me as a supervisor. But what I would say to residents is that if you have concerns about timing of mitigation measures, that you would raise those to the Planning Commission, which for their consideration in terms of requirements for approval.
All right. And that goes to another thing that I attended many emergency services council meetings, and I believe that they said recently that they've hired someone to do the evacuation survey for the whole county, or a study, or make an evacuation plan for our county. And they said there's going to be members of the public allowed on the committee. Can you appoint someone from the MCC to be the fire, make sure the Midcoast isn't given the short shrift or the brush off on the emergency evacuation plan, since it's going to be county-wide? We're the ones that usually get forgotten. So it'd be great if you can allow one of our members of the public to be on that emergency evacuation planning thing. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I do, and I can raise the issue to the Department of Emergency Management head Shruti and talk with her about that. There has been no plan that I'm aware of right now where they're asking supervisors to make appointments to that. Okay. I imagine it's going to go through the Emergency Services Council, which has a representative, and I don't remember who the Coast Side representatives are to that council, but I'll double check with her and make sure that there is some plan to make sure there's Coast Side representation, and see if they'll take from the Midcoast Council. I know too, Sid, that they are looking at the software that they're looking at utilizing for this is a new artificial intelligence software that looks at different densities and roadways and models different natural hazard events. And I actually asked them to model the increased density at Cypress and compare it to current conditions for evacuation purposes. And so I believe there is I don't know the results of that, but I did ask them to do it and would expect that would be shared with the public.
I guess to me, and this is kind of neither here nor there, it's just my opinion, but it worries me about having an AI generated evacuation plan, because they don't know all the ins and outs of the coast side like a live person could. But anyway, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. The last time I attended, I think Warren Slocum was the only person representing the county or unincorporated area or something. So that's why I asked. And then last night I was at the Half Moon Bay. I zoomed into the Half Moon Bay meeting, and they're considering automatic license plate readers. And I thought they already had put some on the coast, but it turns out we only have one. And my neighbor's house was broken into this week while she was at a funeral in Montana. So it would be nice if they could give the unincorporated coast a few more, since we don't have much, and the sheriffs don't patrol like they used to before. Did you know the Murata Bridge steps are underwater sometimes at the bottom by the beach? The ones by that new bridge?
I will ask Public Works to look into that. I didn't know it. and I'll talk to the sheriff. There are many conversations taking everybody wants LPRs right now. Everybody wants, property crime is a real problem throughout the county at this moment.
Well, I feel pretty safe, but I do read on different websites how people's trucks are getting broken into, and a lot of times their perpetrators are not. The one last question on the safe parking program that you talked about a long time ago. In Princeton, when I did the homeless count, I volunteered to help the county do their homeless count, point in time count. And seems to be a lot more, besides just the parked cars along Airport Street, there's a lot more RVs parked throughout the harbor. So have you followed up on any of that yet?
The safe parking program isn't moving forward. That was proposed by the city of Half Moon Bay.
So they're not going to do anything, right? I mean,
the time period for that grant, I believe, is passed.
Okay.
And so there were problems with the exit from that program. So when I came into office, that program was being reviewed of whether or not to move forward with that. And a few things happened in Redwood City where they used a safe parking program like that. They had a way for that program to end. And when that program ended, they had a place where they anticipated moving people who were in the safe parking program. There was never an established ending and conclusion for what was being proposed for the Midcoast. And it just, the planning never came together to figure out how that would end. And so the program didn't move forward within the allotted funding time.
Okay. Well, I did speak during public comment at the Board of Supervisors meeting about their deficit and wondering if some of the businesses that are in El Granada and Half Moon Bay are maybe accidentally paying their sales taxes to Half Moon Bay. And I had lunch at the harbor today, and she told me that 2 of her businesses are paying to Half Moon Bay. So there might be quite a few that are not getting collected or allocated properly down at the county. I'll let you and Mike know about that, or Ray Manchia. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I want to extend my thanks to you, Sid, and everyone who used the warming center that we were able to bring to the Midcoast during the recent storms. You all treated the folks from the sheriff's office so kindly that I've gotten nothing but compliments. It was a wonderful thing. And there's a lot of warm feelings about the way they were treated by the Midcoast. So the next time we have like an event like that, I don't think we're going to have any problem having them come back again.
Well, it was nice to get warm. I was in my igloo for 4 days without power. Thank you, Ray, for doing that. Bye.
Bye.
Great. Next we have Dan.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks. Hey, I just wanted to call attention to the fact that there's probably 25 different people that have alerted me that they've submitted claims to PG&E in the last year, and every single one of them was denied for severe weather from a variety of things. We had a claim ourselves that we put in, and it was denied. And when I had called their attorney to ask why, they said, well, we weren't even able to open your photographs up. And I said, well, they're pretty common Apple format. She's like, well, we don't have Apple access here. And I go, well, I can put them on the internet for you. And they said, well, we don't have internet access here. And I said, okay, well, your CEO will get an email from me. Second of all, the 92, that's a 1800 stagecoach roadbed. I've got a war driver set up on my house called Net Stumbler that sniffs every SSIP that comes through there. And there's 28,000 people in Pacifica that never, ever go south for any reason. A large part of it is probably they don't consider the 92 a reliable road. Everybody on this Zoom right now has probably been stuck there for at least 2 hours in the last 6 months. It's the single greatest waste of GDP and personnel hours in D3. And I know you inherited it, Ray, but it's very simple to fix, and there's no reason it shouldn't be fixed. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And I think you missed earlier when you weren't on that I discussed how we have, I brought together the legislative delegation and the congresswoman to actually go ahead and push Caltrans on the 92. There's actually a letter being circulated right now on that, expressing concerns about how long the repairs are taking there and trying to get movement on that. What I don't understand particularly about the 92 project is what we're being told now is that, well, there's extensive engineering still that's taking place underneath. And my response to them, and that we'll be pushing on as well, that may be, but what's above has seemed pretty stagnant for the last 9 months. So can you just smooth it over and open the lanes and keep doing your work below?
Thank you. Thanks for that question or that comment, Dan. Crystal.
Yes. Oh, here. Okay. Yes, I just wanted to say, first off, thank you, Ray. I just super appreciate how much time you spend on the co-site. It's really awesome. And I just had two little notes about things that were mentioned. So for the AT&T withdrawal of landlines, they've been talking, I don't know if this was mentioned in your report. It was hard to hear, but they've been talking about that for a while. I want to say upwards of 4 years ago, there was a meeting where Harvey actually came in real hot because he had heard from AT&T that they were going to roll back the lines. And at the time, the reasoning had something to do with what the lines were made out of. I'm not sure if it was copper or whatever it was. But this has been a topic for a little bit. And then the other part was about the Murata Bridge with the stairs being underwater. Sid is 100% correct, and it's related to high tide. So when they put the bridge in, they took out quite a bit of logs and kind of what was probably debris that was in that little entryway under the bridge. And so with that, the tide is just freely comes in there. So just a lot of times those stairs are underwater based on the time of day. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thanks again for the ride, Chrislyn. I got stranded one day while I was doing the month of riding transit, and Chrislyn saved me.
Great. With that, I think that's all the public comments we had. So thank you, Ray, for coming and spending time with us.
Thank you. Yeah, and looking forward to working on those issues and making things even smoother to work together. So I appreciate it. Thank you for all your work. Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. With that, Crystal, don't go away because our next thing on our agenda here is to move into process items, and we will have a short presentation from Crystalline on the idea of getting things done within county government. Obviously, it's one little tiny piece of a great big county government, and figuring out how we work with the rest of the county to get things done is important. And Crystalline's chamber there does a lot of great work, and so she's going to share some of her insights with us. So with that, I will turn it over to Crystalline if she's ready.
Yeah, so I do want to start off saying that I think there was a little miscommunication about this. This is not a presentation. No problem. So I'm not exactly sure the best way to proceed forward, but this was based off of a conversation that Claire and I had a couple of months ago. And so this was a bit more of a dialogue discussion than me telling you one way or another on anything. And so a question that Claire had posed to me was MCC tends to get, for lack of a better word, stuck on some things not moving forward in many of the projects that you guys would like to see moved forward or you start working on really passionately. And then there comes a point where many times you guys seemingly tend to hit a wall. And I think that was touched on a little bit earlier when there was mention of, you guys write letters and maybe you don't hear back in response to your letters and things like that. So Claire and I were talking, and trying to kind of noodle out some ways that the Midcoast Council could potentially have things move forward a little bit more smoothly, especially in regards to the county. But even with the other local agencies, I've been, attending MCC meetings for a little over 5 years now. And there's quite a few times where there's some contention that happens between MCC and the agencies. And so what are some strategies that can be helpful in trying to keep that from happening and having more positive outcomes from meetings and presentations and stuff. So that was kind of the crux of our conversation. So I'm not exactly sure how the best way to fold that into this meeting is, but open to chat about just some different ideas.
Whatever ideas you have, happy to hear them. You could just sort of do a dump and then we can see where the conversation takes us from there.
Okay. So one of the things, so I just want to be very clear in advance that none of these observations are meant to make anybody feel picked on or anything like that. So I just want to put that out there. These are just 5 years of observations and 5 years of hearing feedback from other agencies about interactions that they've had that felt like they can kind of easily go one way or the other. So just kind of to bring forward probably the most awkward point. In general, the MCC has quite a bit of a reputation of being hard to work with. And I think a lot of that comes from on average, the MCC members are very, very passionate about the things that you're passionate about. So a lot of that passion comes through on your meetings, and sometimes that comes across. And to be clear, I do not believe it's the intention, but it comes across as being aggressive or overly argumentative. And so I think because a lot of the meetings are aggressive in feeling from the people watching, that kind of halts people in their tracks of wanting to work with MCC members on projects. And so if there are ways that MCC members can kind of work on presentation and kind of reeling in the passionate parts with the facts, I think that would go a long way in trying to get agencies to, ultimately the goal is if there's something like a project happening and MCC walks into the room, we don't want other agencies to go, ugh, MCC's here. We're going to have arguments. Like, that's not the goal. And that's kind of the current reputation. And so I think a lot of your good wants and works get a little bit stuck in the mud because people come in with this preconceived notion that they're going to get argued with. And so that was kind of one of the main points that I have noticed and heard back from other agencies. And then the second bigger point was that a lot of times when there are projects or things that come up, and especially in regards to the county, there's a lot of words used like, I think the county should do XYZ. And then whatever XYZ is like a big project that will require lots of money to get done and a lot of staff time. And so but the there isn't necessarily a follow-up from the member proposing the thing of what a potential solution is. And so I've heard feedback from county representatives that they get overwhelmed with the number of things that MCC is asking for in scope and size and manpower and money, and just kind of putting things in their lap that they would love to see the project move forward, but on their list of projects that they've got to do, because it's, currently sits at 0 progress done, then it's farther down the list. So I had a suggestion to Claire about, MCC members kind of trying to figure out what a good pathway forward is on a project and having some sort of the beginning of a solution ready to go before approaching the county about what the wants are. So a specific project that we touched on in our meeting was, there's a request for the county to provide a report on how the tax money, the property tax money of Midcoast homes is being spent on Midcoast projects, which is something is great. We should want to know that. That's a great statistic. But by asking the county to just generate a report, and it may even feel like that should be something easy to generate, it probably takes a fair amount of manpower. So even if the MCC was able to do like a preliminary, like, this is what we found public records wise, can you fill in the gaps? That takes 50% of the brunt of the work off of the county's shoulders. And then that is a project that would probably get done a lot sooner than later if what they're starting with, if there's a nugget for them to start with. And I'm not even saying 50%, like even 10%. But if you give them something they could bite onto, I think that your requests and projects with the county would go a lot farther. And then one other thing that we talked about was something that I have heard time and time again in MCC meetings or with MCC members in other areas is, we didn't know that was happening. Why weren't we invited? We didn't know that was happening. Why weren't we invited? And so much of what happens project-wise between, and a lot of times it comes in regards to something that the city and county are working on together. Oh, the county's handed this project over to the city again, but it affects Midcoast. Why didn't we know about that? Why weren't we invited to participate? And I think part of that issue is MCC is not necessarily invited to all of the meetings, or they're invited and are unable to attend meetings where those projects are being discussed on a very ground level. Whereas the city and the county are in tons of meetings together all day. I mean, I'm pretty sure Chittister has at least 2 meetings a day with different county departments at any given time. So I had recommended to Claire to kind of try to suss out what meetings are being had that are not necessarily public meetings, but that are more private county agency meetings, and ask the county to be invited to those meetings. Because even if you're in a meeting as a fly on the wall and you're hearing oh, did I hear somebody mention XYZ that's in Moss Beach? And it's, an unofficial little comment, but now I've got my ear perked and I know that something might be coming down the way. So I know for myself, for the chamber, at least 60% of the projects that we're brought in on is not because somebody asked me, does the chamber want to be a part of this? It's because I was in some kind of meeting where somebody said something that perked my ear up. And I either sent an email to the person saying, hey, I heard so-and-so mention this there. I think this is something we could be helpful with, or I want to be a part of. Or just sit on it and hold back on it a little bit and then wait for the cards to start to unfold. But at least I've got an awareness of what's going on. So those were kind of the high level points of things that we had discussed in our little meeting. And Claire had thought that maybe it would be beneficial for the council to kind of hear that feedback as a whole. And again, I don't mean to pick on anyone in particular. This is just kind of more broad strokes of things that I've just been privy to in the last 5 years. And just really would love the ability to help MCC become more than just an advisory council. I mean, you guys have so much passion and love for the Midcoast that it would be really, really great if you guys got to a point and your abilities to counsel were more than just advisory. That would be wonderful. So would just love to help you guys get there.
Awesome. Crystalline, I just want to say thank you for giving us that feedback. I think it's important that we all hear it. And I think you gave some good ideas for kind of what a path forward can be tactically, process-wise for us. I think we do need to get more involved with the different agencies in government. We need to have just better relationships, more relationships with people in the other agencies we would be naturally working with on some of the projects that we have on our short, medium, and long-term sort of vision for ourselves. So I think that was a great idea, and I really do appreciate you taking the time to give us that feedback candidly. With that, I just again want to turn it over to the rest of the council for questions, comments related to
Claire, raise your hand.
Claire, do you want to go first?
I didn't know if you're going to allow for. Thank you, Crystal, and I know that wasn't easy. But I appreciate your coming and talking with us because you have. I think you know what's going on the coast as much as anybody does, and I appreciate your vantage point. But one thing you also said when we had our discussion, which I noticed you doing tonight, was you said when we have people in and we're like with Ray tonight, and they're giving us a report about what's been going on and what's going to happen, that we tend to just lead with, wait a minute, I didn't know about this, just like I did. Or you're not doing well enough, basically. And I noticed when you talked to Ray tonight, you said, I'm so glad you're here. You spend so much time on the coast. You said all these nice things to him, and then you said whatever it was that you wanted to say. And that's one of the pieces of advice that you gave me in that little meeting that we had, which is to shower people with as much thankfulness and praise as is sincerely able to be done before you hit them with what else you want.
True. And even to that point, thank you, Claire. And yes, and it's not to butter them up. They're true, sincere compliments, but it does help to lead off with a compliment. And even to that point, actually, in earlier when Ray was speaking, and there was the discussion about what Gentleman Adams' role is going to be, and it was made mention we saw him showing up, and we weren't really sure what was happening, and now that you kind of know that was happening, what I think would be a great way is, well, Adam's not going to Adam from the county has a humongous plate to fill, and if you want him to care deeply about what the MCC has to say, please invite that gentleman out to coffee. Everybody on the council should be getting to know Adam and should be able to, see him on the street and say, hey, I hope your family's well, or know tidbits about him on a more personal level, other than just Adam showing up to a Zoom once every couple of weeks and he sees your guy's face on a screen and, all of that. I know for me personally, I am able to have a lot of good conversations with different agencies and the people that run those agencies, because we're constantly getting together, and I'm not saying you have to do this, but some of these people are on my softball team because I invited them. some of these people we go are a part of different coffee clubs, and I know that there's one at Mezzaluna. And so making it a point to have both a professional or to have a professional relationship with these people, but in a way that's a little bit more on a human level versus a council agency level also goes a long way. So I hope that you guys become good friends with Adam.
Thank you. Okay, so we went this way last time, so let's go this way this time. So Greg, comments, thoughts, questions?
No, I don't have anything to add. Crystalline's wiser.
Yes. Okay. Ann?
Yeah, just thank you. I appreciate the feedback. I really do. Thank you. I think especially for me, I'm from the East Coast, and so we just get to it. We don't beat around the bush. So I really do appreciate, your insight to how best to support the people we want to represent. So thank you.
Yes, thanks, Chrislyn. I thought those were all great points, very helpful. One thing two things. Maybe one day you can be on the council because you'd be an excellent addition to our group.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, I live right on Murata on the line. Like my side of the line is city of Half Moon Bay, and my neighbor is unincorporated.
Oh darn.
But I will gladly support.
We'll have to move you over that line. The only other thing I would say is that these are such great things, and having those relationships is really important. I actually do have all that related to other things in my life, just not this council so much. And I think the reason for that is just the limit of time, and we all have so much that we just are anxious to get down to the business, and then we don't have a lot of time left over to cultivate some of these relationships on an ongoing basis. And so maybe that's part of the thing that we need to figure out is how do we, I don't know, build relationships maybe more in a tag team style, or we each get assigned to certain people or committees or meetings and try to cover it that way. I'm not sure, but
yeah,
I think that's an impediment that we have to figure out how to overcome.
True, 100%. And I think at least a good stepping stone for that would be identifying one important meeting a meeting that each council member, sorry, I'm on Zoom because I'm also on the tail end of a cold. Because a lot of, especially the county driven meetings, have a lot of the important people in the room all at the same time. So even if you guys can just identify, 3 meetings this year that somehow you guys can tag team to be a part of, I think would be really helpful in doing that, and would hopefully only take an hour of one individual's time, but maybe get you good FaceTime with 3 or 4 people that really have an impact on what you guys want to do.
Well, I'm also, just sort of bouncing things off here. I'm also wondering if we should maybe codify is not the right word, but have some best practices for the council to remind us of things like this, strategies and approaches for different areas of what we do, so that we don't lose sight of these helpful suggestions and other things like them.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Scott?
Hey, thanks a lot for the feedback, and I really do appreciate what you have to say about the human interactions that you're talking about, because a lot like Anne, I would probably step right up to a person and say, exactly what I'm thinking, not use the techniques you were describing for human-human interaction. So I do appreciate the reminder that that's important in a business setting as opposed to like a non-business type of a setting. Because like I said, we're here for business. I need this. When can you get it to me, or something like that? So I do appreciate that. And I'm new at politics, and I don't really have a good appreciation of like politics versus business, because I would approach it in a business standpoint and not a politics stand. I don't care how you feel. I need this now. This is what we're doing. But I guess in politics it is different. So like I said, I will take what you say, not with a grain of salt, but with a lot of grains of salt. So
Well, I hope you please take it with a grain of sugar, because that's
okay. Yeah.
that's what's needed is yeah, and really so one of the things that I try to keep in mind when I'm having interactions, and especially if I'm having an interaction with somebody who annoys me or who I think is quite honestly a buffoon, if I'm having to talk to people that I would just much rather get in and out of this conversation real quick. But I try to keep in the back of my mind, if somebody was watching this conversation from the outside, are they going to walk away and say, wow, that person was a little bit of a jerk? Because people don't want to work with jerks. So I try to keep that kind of like little mantra in the back of my head. Don't be the jerk. No matter how annoyed you are, don't be the jerk. Because sometimes, I'll just say, sometimes your meetings come across as like hardcore Senate judiciary hearings. And this person is just trying to tell you how they're going to handle a situation in Quarry Park, or whatever the thing is. I don't know. They didn't do something that resulted in this horrific accident or something like that. But sometimes it gets really intense.
Yeah. So, and that's another point you made. I'm so surprised you think this group is aggressive, because when I compare it to my other life experiences, this is not an aggressive group, I don't think. But again, I appreciate your perspective. So now I'll recalibrate myself.
Thank you. Well, and then I do want to reiterate what I said earlier was in my heart of hearts, I don't believe that it's anybody's intention to come across that way. It's just in the passion of the moment, they're super into whatever they're saying, that they just might not realize that on the outside, that's how it comes across.
If I've learned anything from 13 years of marriage, it's that it doesn't really matter what comes out of your mouth. It matters what the other person heard. Like,
exactly.
That's true. Yeah.
Dan?
Thank you very much, Chrislyn. I don't have anything.
Okay. Awesome. Great. Chrislyn, really, really appreciate again you taking time to give us this feedback. This is really helpful and gives us a lot to noodle on as we get through the rest of our agenda here.
All right. Thank you
so much.
guys.
Great. Okay. Well then,
Sid Young had her
oh,
hand up.
we have public. Don't go away, Chrislyn.
She went away.
I'm here. No, I'm here.
Okay. Right. Public comment. Sid, go for it.
Hi. I think I want to explain to Chrislyn, I want to stick up for you guys because they really are our only advocates. Our supervisor is our only advocate. We don't have a city council advocating for us and interacting with the county to get us something. And if we they seem like, sharp elbows, it's because we've been ignored for so many years, especially when Don Horsley was our supervisor. He didn't do a whole lot for the Midcoast. So, and Rich Gordon, who was the supervisor before him, really kind of took the Midcoast down a notch so that they could just be an advisory committee and they really didn't want the feedback. They wanted, to have a buffer so that the supervisor wasn't getting one call after the other from individual residents like me, because I will say it like I hear it, or say it like I see it. And a lot of times they don't know that the stairs at the bottom of the Murata Bridge are already underwater and stuff like that, because they're all the way over in Redwood City. But I can see that it probably pays to be more unctuous when you're trying to get something that you want. Like in the case of, finding out why do we have so few benefits over here. Half Moon Bay is at the table all the time getting grants and this and that, and the county gave them all kinds of money and nobody gives us anything. So I think it was thought of to try to find out how much of our property tax base is really staying on the coast side, because it's really not that much. But I wanted to know, for their benefit, what do you think are the key meetings that the MCC should go to? Because I don't even know about them or get invited to them. You mentioned go, divvy up how many meetings there are and try to go to them.
Yes. So first of all, a recommendation. So first of all, thank you, Sid. A recommendation that I had made to Claire was to get clarification from LAFCO about at this point in the game, what the parameters of the council are. Because two of the meetings that I think it would be important for MCC to be at the table on, but at this point, I'm not sure if advisory councils are allowed to be on them, is one is the CCAG, the city county group. And that would be an important one, because if Midcoast is meant to represent our northern coast, as city council is meant to represent the constituents of the city and PMAC the south, then PMAC and MCC, because you guys are in the same boat, the PMAC and MCC should be at least allowed to have the president of their board at the CCAG meetings, in my opinion, because you represent a portion of the county.
I would agree with.
Yeah. And then the second meeting is similar to the CCAG meeting. There is a city managers meeting. So all of the city managers have a meeting with the county, and I'm not sure if it's once a week or once a month. But again, it's a place where they get to advocate on behalf of their area. And these are two areas that have representation, but are not seemingly given a seat at that table. So my recommendation was find out from LAFCO what your parameters are. If you're allowed to be in those meetings, and if you're not allowed to be in those meetings, then there maybe needs to be some advocacy and updating to LAFCO on the rules of your groups to allow you to be at those meetings, because that very important things, I'm sure, happen in that room, and it's important that you guys are there. There's entire parts of our, between PMAC and MCC, half of the COSI population is represented. So not being in those two rooms seems like a real shame.
Yeah, I do attend a lot of those meetings as a member of the public, but that's just for my information, and you can raise your hand and sometimes they'll let you ask a question. But I do think it would really be helpful if there would be somebody from the MCC at the table. A lot of the people on the MCC have jobs and they can't always go at 2:30 in the afternoon. But I think this CCAG has the Stormwater Committee. I always try to be on that one. And also, what's it called? Len Matterman. Do you know what it's called?
One Shoreline.
Yeah, One Shoreline. I always try to be on that meeting because they usually just, talk about stuff over on the bay. And once in a while, Debbie Ruddock speaks up about Half Moon Bay. But again, we have plenty of issues up here too. So those are things that I think it would be helpful if the MCC was allowed to be on, have a seat at the table, as you say. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah. And to reiterate, so, Sid's mentioning that attending those as a part of the public, but for the case in point of this, MCC would like to be treated as a peer. So it's important that you're in those. And if you have to attend as the public in the beginning just to get the information, like that might be a good foot in the door. But ultimately, I would suggest MCC figure out how to be a part of those meetings as a peer. And then the second thing, in regards to something that Claire and I had talked about and Sid touched on, was the money component. So so my recommendation was also to check in with LAFCO. I believe you guys get roughly $3,000 a year, and it's kind of just to run some very bare bones MCC stuff. But then there's a lot of projects that the county hands to the city to represent both the city and the outer coasts. And I know that there's some friction there about whether or not the city, does represent the entire coast and things like that. And so if the MCC would like to be considered for being the place where the county can lean on to take on projects that pertain to the mid-coast that come with $1 million, then you guys also should find out from LAFCO, like, what is your fiscal abilities? Like, are you guys allowed to take money for projects and work on? Is there something where you guys have to have a staff member? So does that mean that MCC needs to work towards having a full-time county or part-time county staff member? Like, what does that entail? So a lot of this came up in regards to the Opportunity Center of the coast side. So the county worked with the city and granted the funding to the city, but the Opportunity Center serves the entire coast side. But ultimately, from the coast side perspective, you guys have to rely on the chamber to be the voice of the coast side and make sure that it spreads out. And there was some upsetness that the county didn't approach MCC and see if they wanted to help steward the project. And I think it's just because the county is not in a position where they can hand you guys $2.5 million to run a program. So if it's,
I can speak to that, Chrislyn. I attended the Measure K meeting a few months back, and Manchia, was speaking to us. And at the end, it turns out, because we're an advisory board, we cannot receive the money. They can't grant it to us. We're just excluded.
And also, I don't know if you knew this, Chrislyn, but as far as LAFCO is concerned, we're within the sphere of influence of Half Moon Bay, but they get the perks and we get the crumbs. So if you think sometimes the Midcoast Community Council is, reacting, it's because we're getting crumbs. And when Don Horsley was our supervisor, we got overlooked a lot. So anyway, I just wanted to thank you for bringing up those points. And I think if people on MCC want to start attending LAFCO meetings and the Fire Safe Council meetings and CCAG, I think that would be a good benefit. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Sid. And by the way, as an SAT tutor, I really applaud your use of the word unctuous in a public meeting. That was pretty awesome. Okay, great. I think you're off the hook now, Chrislyn. Thank you again for
Thank you, guys.
hanging in there.
You.
Kimberly?
I noticed that Lisa had her hand up a little while ago, and I wondered if she had anything to add.
Yeah, sure. Lisa, did you have something you wanted to chime in with?
Oh, I think what motivated me to raise my hand was about tone when you are advocating, that I think I found it very helpful to focus on the issue and not looking for somebody to blame, and particularly not calling out people to blame, but just focus on the issue and how to resolve it. As long as I'm speaking, they were earlier on, I just wanted to read the comments to Supervisor Mueller about the Cypress Point decision-making process. As I had updated you following the last Planning Commission meeting, Director Monowitz described the changes with the CEQA approach. He will be issuing a memo on that soon. But basically, what is not new is that the coastal development permit needs to be bundled with the necessary general plan amendment, which goes back to phase 1 of the Cypress Point project, that the Board of Supervisors needs to do, and these things have to happen at the same meeting. So what this means is when the public hearing for the coastal development permit comes before the Planning Commission will only be asked to make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. And it is a given that the project decision will go to the Board of Supervisors. It doesn't need to be appealed to go there. That's where it's destined to go for a decision. That's all I can remember of one of the things that had occurred to me to say.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, great. Then I think with that, we can push on to the next item on our list here, which is to dig into communication with the county. So we just heard a lot about that kind of, I will throw out there, I'm going to be meeting with Ray and I set our first one-on-one last week. We're going to do it every month. And, we just also had a commitment to, have just a back channel between us. So if something needs, that won't necessarily be the only time we ever talk, but we have that as a standing time. He gave me an update on a bunch of the things he talked about today when, I said, well, you're going to be there next week. I'll just leave it to you to tell us directly. But in the future, that will be one way that we have kind of remaining on top of how things are going on a bunch of the stuff that affects us. So that's one new avenue of communication with the county that we will have. I think Crystalline's point about some of these county meetings and having a presence there, I think is a point well taken. And Kimberly's point about we all have lives and how we're going to do that tactically is also a practical point we will have to explore. But I think it's true that we should the room where it happens, as it is said, is not this room, and so we need to make sure that we are in those rooms as much as we can feasibly be. That's kind of what I have on this point about communication with the county, but open to what everybody else has to say about it. Dan?
Yeah, I just kind of have a little bit of question about like the efficiency of this retreat. I mean, that's what we're doing now is we're going to retreat. It's been my understanding that the general purpose of the retreat is for us to come together and to basically talk about, how we can work together better. What are our priorities?
Yep. That's next. Yep.
If there's, any, suggestions that, and then tagging on, who would elect to be responsible for attending whatever meeting or whatever interest,
That's literally the next bullet point. Yep.
Yeah.
Great.
So I'm hoping that we can get to there. As far as communication with the county, maybe you can just, when we need to communicate with them, we communicate to Ray. So I'm not sure why this is on the agenda.
Well, it's partly on the agenda because we used to have somebody from his office attending this meeting, but we don't anymore. And it's not clear that I don't see that changing in the short run. So in the absence of someone like Mike attending this meeting, the question is, how are we going to, because that would be the natural way for stuff to filter, but we will now have Adam, who is a conduit to the county, but that's a little bit different than a conduit to Ray. So it's a question worth exploring. Greg, I see has some thoughts.
So if we talk to Adam, has he said that he will not talk to Ray?
No, but Adam's role is different from, like, he's not in the
Well, there's two roles instead of one. Could we say that?
Who has two roles? What?
Adam?
I mean, as far as we're concerned, he has one role, which is to be our conduit to the county government, like broadly outside of the supervisor's office.
Okay.
Right. So
Has he told you that he, if we bring something up, that he will not share this with it? Has he told you that?
No. But
Okay, so we
no,
can,
but that's it. No, but if information to Ray has to flow through him, that's an indirect.
yeah, we probably should have asked Ray while he was here more detailed. I didn't, guess I wasn't fully aware of the problem. I was assuming Mike was gonna, or somebody was gonna be coming back soon.
We sort of brought up that point, and he said, I mean, Ray said something to the effect of, we'll talk about it maybe more in the future, was kind of what I took away from that. Like,
But in the meantime, we have Adam.
But in the meantime, Adam will be here. So
Right.
That's a
And
concept.
so
county
I
government.
see it as a his function as a twofold.
Mhm.
One, to be in the room from the county's perspective. Two, if there's an issue that we need to communicate to Ray, he should be there taking notes and then relay that. Now, that's my assumption. It seems logical. And so I
Right,
think that that's where we're at right now. So you're bringing it up. What do you suggest?
We don't know that he views his role that way. So
Okay, well, we could ask him.
next. I will make a point to reach out to him to ask him about that.
Okay,
So we can find out about that.
right.
Okay.
So, but for the rest of this item,
Can you hear from the rest of us?
do you have any other suggestions that you're
Well,
thinking of?
I'm opening it up for.
But do you personally have any ideas?
I do not personally have any idea beyond that I'm going to be meeting with Ray once a month. Like that's what I'm personally going to do.
Okay,
Increase the line of communication to his office. We
okay.
have not had that.
But now I'm not saying that's not okay. But now that is a communication which will be leaving the community and the rest of the council members out. So I'm not saying that that's not okay, but I'm saying that that's not, it's not sufficient. It's
Well,
not,
and then I
it's
will
not good enough.
report what we talk about in that meeting, in a
That's
meeting
fine.
like this, that's public, so that.
Yeah, but that's fine, but
Mm-hmm.
that's not acceptable to me. As
Okay.
if that's all there is
Okay.
moving forward.
Okay. What
I think that the
curiosity-
community needs to be able to ask the county questions
Mhm.
and not filtered through you.
Right, you mean ask the supervisor questions? Because Adam
Well,
is the
yes,
county.
whatever,
so people
yeah,
can
whether
ask
it's, yeah.
him that, but sure. I would love to have somebody from Ray's office.
But I at
attending
the
our
same,
meetings, but I don't know, I don't have, he did not commit to that when he was here, and I don't want to assume that it's going to happen in the near term.
So can I hop onto this?
let me just, one thing
Does
that,
somebody else have a turn?
Yeah.
well, come on, I'm almost done. Great. So the other thing is, I think we need to be respectful of his time when we do communicate with him.
Mhm.
The community,
Mhm.
council members,
Mhm.
and I'm not saying that we have not been,
Mhm.
but I just felt that needed to be said.
Okay, yeah. Okay, great. Now let's go around. Great.
So I think we need to have this written down as a shared understanding with the people involved.
Mhm.
And that includes Adam and anybody else from the county, and it includes Ray and Gina and Mike. In my mind, it partitions into three types of communication. I might be missing some things. One of them was the issue that caused some controversy here about taking positions on so-called political matters.
Right.
So there's ground rules for that.
Mhm.
That's much less frequent.
Right.
A second category is what I'll call complaints. The stairs are covered, there's a sinkhole here, that kind of stuff to me should go through, I don't know, but maybe that's what the role, Michael Neal role is. I wouldn't want to bring that up to Adam. The third thing is what I'll call projects. You could consider them as persistent issues or ongoing concerns. And that's where I was asking Ray, I would really like to understand, all right, so what's the plan in transportation? What's the plan in stormwater? How do we get involved in the foundation meetings? Who are we working with? Now, Adam is not the guy for all of that, but maybe Adam referees and he sorts it out and he comes back and says, for transportation, you're going to do this. You're going to join this group. For stormwater, you're going to participate in setting the requirements or the scope here. So I just think we need to have that written down and agreed by everybody.
That's a good takeaway to put together something written and see if we can get sign off from Adam and Ray's office and all that. Okay.
See Crystal in chat.
No, I found the chat up, but
I bet a coffee with Adam clears most of that up.
great. Yeah, I will reach out to Adam for coffee. Scott.
So what I think part of what I consider my responsibility is to be a representative of where I live, my little community, right? And I take their feedback and I bring it here. We talk about it, and then it gets funneled. So it's all about funneling down and like going to you through the group, through the chair, and you then talk to Ray about it, right? And it's because we all can't be there at the same time. So I think what you meeting with Ray is great, or having a representative from the county here is great, but the input has to be funneled down. Everybody can't be there at the same time.
Right.
So I think what's happening is fine. And I think it's appropriate. Now, we had a meeting maybe 5 months ago where a representative of the county came and told us how we're supposed to communicate with the county. Do you remember that?
That was on the political issue.
Yes, that was on. Yes, that's.
Oh.
So taking positions that would appear to reflect the county's position without clearing it through the county. The county is the one we have to contact. And I think that's probably stemmed from one of the bills we wrote a letter about, AB 235. Claire might remember.
We actually didn't violate that because we did check with the county before we sent the letter.
Okay.
And we never.
The guidelines they were proposing, I thought, were around that
The
kind of
county
issue.
at the time had not arrived at a position,
Right.
but they didn't oppose us sending our letter. That's what I recall at the time. Because I did check specifically on that issue before I even wrote the letter.
Oh, good.
I was confused by that whole meeting, by the way. I had really no idea
Again, we
what they
need
were
to write
talking
this
about.
down and get the counties and people to agree we're doing it.
Okay.
Okay.
Next would be Carly.
One informational,
Point of order, yes.
just want to, you mentioned, you kind of mentioned an outline of how you feel,
Yes.
your role is as
Yes.
a council member.
Yeah.
And you said specifically your area.
Well, that's why I interact with people.
Right.
I bring that.
I happen to be, looking at the bylaws, and I remember reading this, that, in the bylaws, we're encouraged to reach out to the whole, I mean, we represent the whole Midcoast, every Montana, right, as long as, so whatever, your vote or your influence should be, well, ultimately it's up to you, but should be representing the whole Midcoast. It's just that you said your neighborhood, and I just wanted to.
I understand. I appreciate the making that more clear, but
Yeah.
From a tactical daily basis, I see them and I talk to them.
All right.
And I say, listen,
So
this
that's
is what's
certainly-
happening here. Hey, they're gonna burn up some wood over, and
Yeah.
how do you feel about that?
Certainly
Are you okay
valid
with
to
it?
bring that forward, yes, but
But
I just didn't want,
No,
not like
understand.
we're limiting to that, that's all.
Okay, really, thoughts?
Well, I'm still sort of hanging on Chrislynn's words, but I think she gave us a lot of good information that we really should pay attention to for this year. That said, I do think there are times when we do need to be aggressive, and maybe aggressive with care. Regarding the suggestions she made about what meetings we should attend, I think the point about LAFCO is a really important one. LAFCO, now has some representatives that on it that I'm not even sure seem appropriate. And so it would be really important for us to keep on top of that and to be privy to those conversations and to, at the very least, seek out advice and and explore possible changes that can help us with our status with the county and how we interact with some of the other groups. Changes that would allow us to participate would be great. So I would like us to explore that if we can. I mean, the Harbor Commission has a person on LAFCO, which to me is the most ironic thing in the world. I'm just to be honest. So the other thing I think, sorry, notes.
Point of information. Upcoming LAFCO meeting doesn't appear to be virtual. You have to drive to the county center.
Oh, there's no virtual option.
There was back in 2022, but not on the current schedule.
So it's not hybrid, just like the Parks Commission
It is hybrid. I attended the January meeting.
Oh, it
Okay,
is?
good. It's not shown on their website. Great.
Okay, that's good information.
Where is it held?
I see Lisa has her hand raised.
I think the link's on the agenda.
It's in Redwood City. I went to one of them.
Lisa, did you have a LAFCO comment? Lisa Ketchum?
There we go.
I think I had raised my hand when you were talking about you don't know who to contact about, I think this was Greg, about planning items or like at the county. And I was just going to suggest that each of you take a good look at the long range planning work plan that just came out. And any of those projects that are on that list, there's a column there that says who the staff is that's involved in it, and if it's an issue important to you, develop a relationship. If there's a county planner there or whoever, develop a relationship with that person. There's some planners like Summer Burleson, who's been there for a long time. And when I was on MCC, I would discuss projects that were, going to get a development permit, and they can be so helpful, as happened when you had these big referrals that the documents were too big, you couldn't post them. I just reached out to the planner and they answered questions. They reached out to Caltrans and got answers back from Caltrans for me. And as a, one, dedicated person, I guess like Claire has been doing, to reach out to the planners or whoever you decide is going to be representing MCC on this issue. And like I said, develop a relationship with the planner. You can get, just ask for updates. Don't be a pest, but, just to stay informed. A lot of times Ray won't have the answers. He'll need to go to staff to find out. He can't keep updated on every single item. So that's a very useful avenue. Earlier on, switching gears here, someone mentioned one shoreline, maybe it's Crystalline, as something to be watching, or that the MCC should have someone on their board or something. I don't know, but just to say that Ray is on that board. Dave Pine and Ray are on that board. So I can't quite picture how the MCC would have a member when Ray is there, because you got to agree with him at that situation. But, certainly can attend or check the agendas. I remember we used to have a list where different council members were going to say, okay, I'm going to check all their agendas. Like somebody's going to check the CCAG agendas or the LAFCO agendas and see if there's something pertinent, and maybe, attend and report back, but whatever. Those are the only points I have for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, I actually do attend as a member of the public, the One Shoreline meetings, and Ray does attend those meetings. He is part of the board. And I think I've been bringing things forward when they're relevant to us. And I can continue to do that, but just to let you know that I do attend those meetings each month. I kind of lost the other items, so maybe you can come back. And
one more thing about CCAG. So when the Hamilton Bay Airport was having their land use plan update, this was like 10 years ago, the MCC spoke up and asked to be on that just particular committee that was working on that, to have an actual MCC member, and that request was granted. So, something that's closely related to the Midcoast, they listened.
Sorry, who was that listened? I messed up.
This was about the Half Moon Bay Airport land use plan update that happened, but the MCC got a rep on that group that was working on that with the consultant.
That was with LAFCO?
No, that was a subset of CKEG.
It was when they did their airport plan for Half Moon Bay Airport.
There's a page on the website about the
Yeah.
airport. You'll find it there.
Yeah, that's definitely something that the MCC should be following. There's no doubt.
Well, that's done right. That's done. But when things like that come up about this airport, because if it's about this airport, Half Moon Bay will, because it's called Half Moon Bay Airport, Half Moon Bay will be the one to get a seat at the table. Let's just speak up.
Okay. Awesome.
Well, I mean, the only thing is, my only question is, what happens when you disagree? You know, in the case of Cypress Point, I mean, the council's been pretty clear our position. And so I just want to know, you know, how do you proceed in a way that gets your point across? I mean, because, you know, that's the whole thing. I don't know what to ask, especially when it seems like the people who are doing a project kind of evade your questions and things, and now they use legislation to go forward. And sometimes, you know, that's frustrating when you put a lot of time and you have very valid concerns. And I think that the community has expressed it over and over again. And I know, like, people, just as Scott said, people in your neighborhood come to you and they're extremely frustrated. And they say, why is no one listening to me? And you are supposed to be their voice. And so, you know, I think that's the hardest part for me. Like, how do you advocate when you feel you're not being listened to?
I mean, that project's a tough one because, I mean, I know I've said this a million times, but like, that's pressure from Sacramento, and that's not going to change unless you change Sacramento, which obviously I have a vested interest in, but until that dynamic changes, there's nothing, like, the county's between a rock and a hard place. Like,
Yeah.
you know, they don't approve they don't get enough units built or whatever, then it's builder's remedy, which is worse. That's gonna be worse.
Yeah, and I understand, and I really do understand that, but you know, how can we maybe even facilitate alternatives, you know, alternative sites? Like I just, you know, this is probably too late now with this project, but in the future, when there's something that the community feels strong about, I want to know, like, what can we do to facilitate a win-win for everybody? That kind of thing.
That's a good point, because Cypress Point, my biggest point about Cypress Point has always been that Cypress Point is the first. Cypress Point is not the end of the story. Cypress Point is the beginning of the story.
Yes.
Of what's going to happen to this coast. So,
Cypress Point also, I think, is part of the previous supervisor's suite of housing solutions. And there are a lot of people who are still working towards those solutions who were part of that network. So, you know, maybe the answer to Anne's question is, it goes back to something that Chrislyn said, and that is that we need to form the connections and the relationships to be able to network and bring these things up, not just publicly, but through established engagement in other ways.
yes. Also head these things off earlier. Like, once it's this far along, it's just going to be hard to stop.
Well, I think part of it with this one, it started before nobody even knew it was happening. The people in my neighborhood got a flyer in their mailbox that there's some meeting, and it had already been going and no one knew.
Well,
And I think
somebody knew.
that's a hard, that's
Our
the-
supervisor knew.
Oh, yeah, they just didn't communicate with anybody, but I'm just saying that, you know, that was the frustrating part of it all. And I think that sometimes starts the negative relationship off.
So do you think that we just don't have a large enough donation base to sway politics in Sacramento? Because
Sure.
this is not being built in Hillsborough. or Woodside or Atherton.
Well,
It's being built
they're
here.
trying.
Yeah, they'll
They're
fail.
trying.
Yeah. Legislators don't go to private fundraisers in El Granada. They do it in Hillsborough. So would you be happier if they just came to you and said, it's happening? You can't do anything.
Well, I think
Because
that's what it
you don't
feels like,
pay
but
us
I
enough.
think that's what it feels like
Okay.
sometimes. And I would like to
That's
know,
what it is.
yeah, and I think
That's what it
that's exactly what it feels like. And so, but you've tried to be reasonable, you think,
Yes.
and give them all the reasons why maybe there are alternatives that can still be built and offer another site. Now you can have 2 sites, twice as many people being served, and it can help the community even better. And I feel like that's the whole thing that I find frustrating, is that no one even wants to hear that. It's like, nope, we just got to take care of these numbers, this project and whatever. And so sometimes I don't know, I guess maybe the best way to communicate, but you're just trying to make your point that seems quite reasonable, and it's the point of the community. It's what they feel like. Even with lighting, for example, just trying to get standards. And I'm just really excited that, Supervisor Mueller seemed to be open to setting a standard for the coast, because it's really important to people. And so I think that, I appreciate what Crystalline said, and I certainly will try my best, to see how I can do things in the future. But I feel like when I saw this process go so far and just get out of hand, and it was very frustrating. And, you're trying to serve people.
Sorry.
So anyway, that was my 2 cents.
Okay.
Can I make a quick response?
Okay, very quickly, because I want to call on the people on the Zoom.
I know. This is,
Okay,
this is
yeah,
really
I know.
for
Go.
the council. This is the purpose.
I know.
It's the council, not to give a lot of time to they can be.
Great. Talk.
So, and in response to what you're saying, also, if I heard you correctly, Gus, you said in response to Ann's concern that, hey, till Sacramento's changed.
I'm not saying we don't fight it.
Okay.
I'm not saying that.
That's what it sounds.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
you should understand where that fight is going to go. Like, I could tell you exactly what's going to happen
Okay.
with that fight
All right.
all the way to the
So
end.
essentially,
That's all
there
I'm
will
saying.
be a fight.
I'm happy to go
involved.
down with the ship.
There's-
That's fine. But
Yeah.
You got-
That never runs well. Captain always dies.
Yeah, so this is one fight. There will be plenty of fights.
oh, there's so many more
And we
coming.
can't
So
be
many more
sprinkling
coming. Dan.
sugar on everything and being worried about stepping on people's toes. But to answer your question, Anne, what do we do? How do well, I just wanted to, I'm not even sure if you know this, Gus, but I think it was for about 40 years, Caltrans kept saying, no, we're going to build a bypass. Forget about it. Can't do this, they said that for 40 years or more. Okay. So we don't have the bypass. And that is a result of a lot of community members staying up late at night, licking envelopes, sending out mailers, knocking on doors, community work. Okay. So there were just a lot of people involved over the years. They came and went, but it was an issue that stayed alive. Okay. And I would encourage I think there are quite a few members in the community in regards to the Cypress Point issue that is keeping this alive. And they will always say, or you may hear somebody else say, forget about it, right? They're always going to say that. Do we allow that? No, if we believe fundamentally in our heart that it's not the best direction, what do we do? Well, the best thing, what I do, as you probably all have witnessed, I stand up and I don't care if somebody says, no, forget about it. Anyway, so keep it alive.
I'm happy to go down
And
with
sometimes,
you, Dan.
and sometimes when you get up to a stone wall, it's very, very important that it's just left on record. Have to have it on record at a meeting and have it clear and not have it muffled up and interrupted and then twisted around and then, you know, just the message clear on record.
Okay. Awesome. All right, let's go to Crystalline.
Actually, Sid was ahead of me if you want to start.
Yeah, I know, but I'll let Sid go last.
Okay.
I always like to
I just wanted
give her time. Go ahead.
I just wanted to note, first of all, thank you. I appreciate all the callbacks to my not presentation. But I do want to note that there is 100% a time to start standing ground. You can, and I wanted to point out a place and time when that worked, and hopefully Kimberly will remember this. There was a time where Caltrans was trying to put in these hideous lighted signs. Dan, I'm sure, will remember as well. And you could tell that Caltrans was really adamant about putting in these signs, and we pestered them. And we started off very friendly, just we want to hear about it. This doesn't really feel like it fits this community. Please explain to us. And then as they couldn't, and as it came out that they just had a pot of money they needed to spend, Kimberly and myself, I know, were on many, many meetings where they thought they were going to slide by, and multiple Midcoast community members were asked to go onto these meetings and speak on behalf of the coast, and literally browbeated them into giving up on that project. Because one thing that Midcoast community members have that some other communities lack is a real level, high level of understanding of how the Midcoast works, and especially when it comes to things like the lighting and eco-related items. You guys have a breadth of knowledge that a lot of other communities don't have. And you guys were able to come out against Caltrans in such force in these little one-on-one meetings where there was never more than 10 people. But those 10 people really put Caltrans in their place. And it was a little bit adversarial, but that's because Caltrans wasn't listening. So I just want to say that there are times, start off on the best of intentions and really try to get people on your side in a certain way. But I fully believe that if somebody is choosing not to hear you or is being disrespectful to you, then there is a time, and you guys have a following that is such that we will go to the mat for you, and we can help speak to these representatives and amplify your guys' voice even louder. Thank you.
Thank you. So, that was a very lovely sentiment. Sid.
Crystalline, thank you for letting me go first, because I went to those Caltrans VMS meetings, variable message signs, and they were ugly as sin. And they did finally crash and burn. But I wanted to hear what it was all about. I wasn't on an MCC or anything, but I thought they were hella ugly and they didn't fit the coast side at all. And I agree with you. It seemed like they had a hidden agenda. I would almost imagine they knew some guy that sold those signs, and they were pushing it for him. But anyway, now I can't remember why I had my hand up.
last thing
when you go last, you hear another idea and you get sidetracked. I should have jotted it down. I think Cypress Point was in the works for such a long time, and maybe MCC didn't get on board till, it'd be 50% of the way through. I know it happened when Don Horsley was the supervisor, because I sold a house up on Lincoln Street, and they told me that they were upset because some kids built a ad hoc skateboard park down in the trees on that parcel, and Don Horsley got an earful from some community members. And next thing you know, he's got that parcel up for sale. And now they're going to develop it. But I think it's true that sometimes people just don't want to hear you because they have their own agenda. And I do like the fact that the coast stands for itself, like with the tunnel versus a big old bypass and that sort of thing. And it's a shame that we do always have to advocate for ourselves. But that being said, there's a lot of times when we aren't at the table because, they include Pacifica and Half Moon Bay, but not us. And then we get left out. So, I mean, left out of the plans even. So that's why I ask about the emergency evacuation route, because I remember probably a year ago when we had that big, terrible January storm. And every time I go up Devil's Slide to the tunnel from Pacifica, I notice all the debris on the side of the road. And I asked Mike if he could, bend the ear of Caltrans and get that portion of the highway cleared along the shoulders. And about 2 weeks later, Mike O'Neill comes back and just gives me the self-reporting number for Caltrans. Well, that's not someone advocating for you. I figured they're the council. The supervisor of the county, they might be able to have a little more pull with Caltrans than, lowly Sid Young. But meanwhile, it's still full of tree debris. So, I don't know what we can do about that. Caltrans apparently is a behemoth that does what they want and doesn't really listen to anybody. At least that's the impression I get from when I've talked to.
We were supposed to be discussing communication with the county, processes and constraints. Do we have an action item or a decision on this matter?
Bye.
Thank you, Sid. Do we have an actual action item from it?
I proposed one about an hour ago.
Right.
Well,
Yes, that we should write out something, right? Yes. I think we should do that.
You mean work instructions for communicating with the county? Is that what you're
Guidelines, guidelines for communication, and let the county tell us how they want it to be if they don't like what we did.
I mean, there are a lot of good points that have come up during this discussion, which I think are very valuable, and hopefully we're capturing them so that we have a list that included to follow up on. That said, I think we do need to roll forward.
Yes. Let's. Yes, we should do some draft guidelines.
Anybody
with three of us.
volunteer?
I will work on it with you.
Okay.
Does somebody else want to?
Let the minutes show.
I'm happy to provide input, but I'm afraid to step on and say I'll do something concretely. So if you need like extra eyes or feedback.
I think from a Brown Act perspective, I don't know if we could do that.
We could have 3 people work on this.
It could be as easy as just asking Adam the next meeting. We don't have to make a lot of work for ourselves.
One of my takeaways is to have coffee with him and I'll ask him some stuff, but we should have we should have a draft thing that we can show.
Right.
That's
respectful of his time.
Respectful of his time / just so we have clarity on what it is we're doing. And that we all agree on what that is. Like, it doesn't matter if we come up with something, but if Ray's office doesn't agree with it or the county doesn't agree with it, then it doesn't work.
And I'm a little concerned. Adam is a high level employee of the county. He's not an assistant or something. He's
like the assistant GM.
He's at our meeting.
You see, like the assistant GM of the county, and he's a lawyer.
Right. So, that's not somebody we can just go to and ask to run errands or to.
Well, my recommendation is let's do that. And if it becomes a problem, then they will fix it. Right now, he's the only person that's coming to our meetings. This is correct?
So let's.
Yes.
Okay, so you and me.
Test it.
You'll be our third set of eyes.
So we'll draft something up.
Okay, great. Yes, you and I'll draft something. Awesome. Roles and responsibilities. We've got last year's document. I would love to have as a starting point for that discussion that as few things from that change as possible. That would be my proposal though. Kick off that discussion.
Remind us where we're starting from.
Yes. So we've got are we going to put it up on the screen?
Yeah, but it's not coming up.
The roles and responsibilities.
It's funny, we don't see it here in the meeting.
It's over there on the left, but it's tiny.
Yeah, it's a very little tiny window.
Oh, you have to switch the screen. So if you go to the view options.
View options.
Oh, maybe the Whoever runs this has to,
Where are the view options?
you might have to do it from that laptop, not yours.
Oh, I have to
Do it on that.
PCTV can do something?
Gus, are we gonna have time tonight? I don't see it specific on the agenda, what I said earlier about the purpose of the retreat.
Let me try
is to,
something else.
come together and have time for everybody. I usually used to be able to have 5 minutes each council member, say
Yep, we're
what's
gonna do the
important
round
for us.
robin, 5 minutes, it's on there.
Okay, so towards the end, also, a discussion about what, each individual council member thinks could make our council work better.
No, it's not working. It's not working.
That
Yeah, I
part.
mean, I would assume that's part of our kind of.
Shows me on
That's
share.
limiting, I don't,
I see it on up
no,
there.
it should be a discussion, where how you have an architect
Yeah,
is,
it's just a tiny one. It's
just
not full
5
screen.
minutes, you should have a discussion, should be able to,
I'm okay with
on
that.
So
specifically.
what do you want to do?
It's,
I think it has to do with this laptop. See the view options at the top?
Oh, I see that.
Oh, I know what you mean. You're right. Go to speaker view.
Who's presenting it?
I am. Let me stop.
Oh, yeah, don't do anything else. That's perfect.
You can't change anything?
Don't touch it.
All right, so this was last year's document, which I just copied, did not change except down below here. I added a few things that Crystalline had said in the meeting.
Some of this is clearly changed.
Beg your pardon?
Well, some of this is clearly changed. It's not the same as it was.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Like the first
I
one.
just took it off the website.
Oh, yeah, because I don't post the agendas.
So why don't we just go through it then and just,
Yeah, I took it off the website and what can I tell you? And I changed the title.
Well, it's-
planning, okay, so they go right
planning
down.
you cannot have 4 people on.
It's, 22.
Yeah,
It's
I don't
based
know.
on a draft, but look. If you want to pause the meeting, I will try and evaluate more of the MCC meetings and try and find other copies of the document.
No, that's.
I
think this is good.
We'll just change whatever needs to be changed.
Okay, yeah, I probably shouldn't be listed as the 4th person on that, just get my
No.
name off.
You're gone.
Okay, great.
Now, we're
Len-
not going to be
Len-
using Len
Take Len
anymore.
off.
Right, I think you should put me down for, wait, not me? No,
But that's
Is
the
that
master
Caltrans
plan's
thing?
completed, right?
I don't know.
Okay, you just leave me there. That's okay.
Coastal.
Well,
design
you know what?
review.
I don't think that this
Yeah, we
is
do that. And
ready.
Kimberly does that with us.
I don't think this is ready
We do
That's
that.
right.
I don't
Dan,
think it's
for this
this
discussion.
is where
This-
we make it ready. This meeting is how we prepare this document.
Okay,
We're
the
doing it right now. We're
CDRC
going
is
through it.
There's so much cleaning up to do.
back up for a minute.
Yes, which is what we need this
If we
meeting
just go
for.
down this, if we just go down this list, we're at the 3rd thing now, the CDRC liaison, that should be the chair.
Okay,
I mean, in terms of interviewing with the supervisors, I could still be on it as a liaison with the planning group, but Gus should be on there as well.
okay.
Funny, I never was.
Nothing ever came up.
Okay.
Okay.
Task assignments, pick up the mail at the post office. Claire, you're still doing that?
Ann's doing that.
Yeah, I do that.
Ann's doing that from across the river?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm doing Montero. Who's doing the
But I
Moss Beach?
don't-
Claire, are you doing
No,
doing
I
the
don't-
Moss Beach post office posting?
So I can go back
No.
to doing Boss Beach if you want.
Kimberly,
Okay.
I don't hear.
Do you
Claire
want to
objecting.
get them? Or do you want me
Dan,
to
you
do
still
the
posting
beginning
at
of
Granada?
Yes.
Posting.
Oh, we don't
Okay,
get mail.
Oh, no. we would
Google
deal-
MCC distribution list. I don't even remember.
thought
Oh, I
this
know
was
what that
the
is.
open
Yeah, that's a
That's the
technical,
email
it's a technical thing that I have to handle when council members are added and stuff.
Okay, great.
I can do that.
Um,
I didn't know.
and I'm doing all this other stuff, but you gotta train somebody. So
Okay.
you can take it as an action item that by the end of the year,
You know.
we gotta have somebody on that.
Okay.
We never did have anybody added to Facebook. I don't think we put any energy into keeping up the Facebook pages.
Do we have?
I didn't even.
I have been posting occasionally. I am currently the only person who has access to it.
Do you want your name down here, Lisa?
So that,
I don't care whether you do it or not. If anybody wants to go look at the page and say we should get rid of it or the policy needs to be updated or any of that, but I'm willing to post this and that once in a while.
How many people use it? I mean, do you know how
Well,
many?
not much since it hasn't had many posts in a number of years.
I mean, that's an interesting proposition because the Facebook page, you know, that's a way that we can inform and activate the community.
It was very useful when I was running it because I could post something and link to the MCC website. And so, you know, if there's pictures, people want to look at it, whatever, and then they end up on the homepage of the MCC website and they might find something else of interest. And you could see on the graph, you know, the number of people that just came there from Facebook. So that was very satisfying, but it takes a while to build that up and it has faded away.
Is there anybody currently on the council who would want to be the person in case Lisa isn't able to be the person?
Anybody think social media?
I have zero.
I don't have any.
Social media presence.
This is bad.
Me
Yeah, I'm never a social media savvy.
I don't have any.
No Facebook, no Instagram, nothing.
I
Yeah,
think
me neither.
to some degree, Facebook's kind of fading out a little. I've heard that. I don't know. I mean,
So Kimberly, to your
it's
question, the answer,
representative
are
of
you
the-
volunteering?
No, I can't volunteer.
All right,
I
let's
use
leave it and move on.
Facebook, so-
Yeah.
Next door, I check approximately weekly, and of course, I do post a belated agenda announcement there. Claire, are you still doing that?
Which, I'm not sure, on what?
The task is watch next door for MCC related issues.
You've been doing most of that.
You want to take your name off?
I can back somebody up, but
Okay, fine, then it'll be you and me. Half Moon Bay Review, I mean, I still subscribe, you know, I still
aren't they
watch
going out
it.
of business? They're closing, aren't they?
I don't know that.
no, they're going,
Not
oh,
online. I mean, they're still.
They didn't have any papers.
That's
They're
right. They
producing
still
physical
are.
papers,
The
it's
hard
only
copy,
online.
and they're still online.
Oh, they're remaining online? I didn't
They're
hear that.
remaining online.
Meeting room set up and closed, is that still Dan and Ann?
Well, it's only been Dan. I haven't really done it.
Well, somebody's
should
got to
help
learn it because Dan won't be on the council next year.
Dan's been nudging me in that general direction.
All right, so we're gonna take that as a volunteer.
And I can be your second.
Okay.
Did you want to volunteer too?
Well, I can be his backup.
Well, all right, a
I
back,
usually
back,
get here early, except when I have my mental state crossed, but
okay, for now, I'm doing Zoom, for better or worse. Lisa, you still maintaining the office files?
Sure.
thank you.
Audio visual, equipment setup, yeah, sure. I've done my best. I've done my best.
So I think there
Record,
will be some work there, work to do.
well, let's not cover the details here. We will record and write minutes. Now that's now Ann, right? Okay, Scott, are you still backing her up or is that just?
Sure.
We're taking you off?
I'm okay with that.
All right, Ann. Ownership
can
of the email account.
Interject back up to the beginning there about Murata Surf and everything. Burnett says that was finished in 2022. So we
Well, yeah.
can delete.
At that time, in 2022, the Quarry Park, yeah, right. That's
Yeah,
all
it's done. Approved.
All right.
Oh, and Kimberly's gonna do the PO box. I'm sorry. The Moss Beach.
We already got her.
Oh, did
You
you
can't-
change the,
Since there's no community.
it says PO box mail pickup?
Kimberly's
Oh,
going to do
thank
that.
I'm just moving the screen because there's nobody in the audience that we need to kind of see this.
Can you see that, Dan?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, so I guess Kimberly is gonna take the PO box mail. Oh, do you not want to or?
yeah, I'm happy to do it.
Okay. 'cause
Oh, you're gonna
she's
take
posting-
picking up the mail?
Yeah.
Well, it's at the
she's-
same post
It's at
office.
she's at the same post office.
So-
putting up
So
the
you don't have to
agenda,
come over
so-
the river or whatever.
With the caveat that if I have to be out of town, somebody
Yeah,
else can.
I could go back to it. That's fine.
Okay, good. We got that. Back down to,
Go a
owners
little
of the-
further. Board of Supervisors.
I'm
Meeting
on line
meeting binder
26.
and printed materials. I'm sorry.
I'm on line 26. I don't think there's a change there. MCC website. Scott, I don't think we ever got you involved in doing anything on the MCC website.
So can I speak?
Yes.
So I built it, I own it technically, and I'm the admin. And currently, I did invite Scott. In the past, I invited Greg. No interest. I understand that. So Greg now is the only person who can add content besides me. And long term, I don't know what the solution to that is. I'm not wanting to quit or anything, but it just looks a little more tenuous, when you don't have that. And just to say that anybody who wants to add content, whether it's a blog post or a page you want to run or something, send me your content. I'm glad you don't need to learn Squarespace. I can do that for you, but I don't know. Well, we'll see what new members you get. Maybe somebody be all ready to go with that.
Lisa, I need to learn, I need to be able to post because I want to do something a little bit differently with the planning referrals. So I need to be able to post. So I should talk to you about that.
Yeah.
Okay, Claire, I added you in.
Okay.
I would just comment that I view this as one of the county support issues going forward in the future. Okay, meeting binder and printed materials. Lisa,
No.
you're the last one.
So I've been bringing a few agendas.
Okay, so Dan.
So, it may not be as what some other people think we should have, but it is all available on the website.
Sure.
And so I'm a low budget operation, bringing just the agenda to me, unless somebody objects.
Cool. Thank you for doing that.
No, I don't hear any objection.
Technically, it's a legal requirement that you have at least one copy of the agenda and any materials that are going to be voted on at your meeting. There is a
Accessible.
copier. You own a copier. It's at the office, and I realize that it's a lot easier to just do it at home. But whatever.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
It may be just bringing up the items on the screen, for instance, a letter, right? Once it may cover that requirement by just having it on the screen.
No, it has to be on paper.
I think it's actually has to be physically present.
County meetings still have them.
All right, can we move on to Board of Supervisors?
Let's do that.
Yep.
It was Ann and Gus at the time. I don't know if we're keeping that. No objections?
No objections. Nope.
Planning
Next.
Commission, Lisa and Claire.
What does that mean? Why is my name there?
Good question.
You're going to the meeting?
Draw yourself.
Well, I mean, what is it? Oh, what does
Keeping
it say?
track of
Review?
things that go on. Review agenda items for items of Midcoast importance and bring them to our attention, which, by the way, you've been doing.
All right, so you can take my name off. I won't change anything I'm already doing, but that's not my job.
Fine.
So, okay.
Do we have a backup for her? Zoning hearing officer, why are you down there?
Well, once again, my name should not be there, but basically what this means, this section is, these are the people who read every agenda for this body. And anything on there that is of Midcoast concern, they do something about it. They review the staff report or I don't know, pursue it. They're the ones sort of watching that. But it shouldn't be, although I do anything related to planning, I'm looking at all those agendas, but this is not to fill your needs here.
So besides taking her name off, and by the way, the description of the item above it was read and comment on all planning issues that come to us, check ZHO officer agendas and planning commission agendas for projects that should have been referred but weren't. In other words, so that we don't miss anything. So
I kind of do that already.
All right, Claire.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you can add me too, because we do the
Yeah.
planning together, so we can just add the planning group.
Is the
Okay.
CDRC then another extension of that?
CDRC seems related, and you want to be
Yeah.
on that too? Okay, LAFCO, I'm happy to stay on that, actually, I would.
Same here, I actually read those.
Yeah. The RCD, we'll take Len off. We have Michelle, Kimberly, and Len, so this is pretty old.
Except leaves me.
I don't mind being on there as a backup. I mean, I know the people.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind
all right.
backing.
What, you want to be on there?
Yeah.
I'll take myself off then.
We could all be there.
No, that's fine. Less for me. You see me on a lot of other rows. Fire Safe Council San Mateo. This is one of the things Len was doing for us that was valuable because I don't have time to go to all these meetings. Deanna, have you been attending Fire Safe Council San Mateo? No. So we don't have anybody doing that right now.
If Len wants to do it, you know, I don't object to if he wants to.
It's the Zoom meeting.
Well, I don't have any understanding. Gus, have you talked to Len about what he would do? I think we have to leave it blank.
We leave that blank.
And the same thing for the Firewise communities where I know Len had an interest in doing something in El Granada. And I would in Montero, but I'm just not going to get to it this year. So, you know, and I don't want to put my name down for something I'm not going to do.
I'm a little concerned just because of the things we discussed earlier, when we have a person external to the council taking on these roles.
Yes.
Do we need something written up that's very clear about the parameters of that?
I think we should put a council member's name on both of those things.
Yes.
We need a volunteer.
I'm volunteering Scott.
Okay.
Scott it is.
Oh,
Can you go, so these are only online meetings? Or can you go in person?
The
Firewise is not even happening, I don't think.
Firewise
Okay.
is a concept where you can theoretically reduce the insurance rates and improve all the structures in the area. There's money that can be given. You can get a discount on insurance, but you have to band together as a group and work under some umbrella to create a network. Len knows more about it.
Okay.
There's nothing happening today, but it's certainly relevant for El Granada residents and probably for Moss Beach and Montero as
And
well.
that's for Firewise or
Firewise, a Fire Safe Council is a group with regular meetings. Bother me later and I'll set you up with the link.
Okay. And Firewise.
Firewise is an idea right now. Parks Commission, Greg, Scott, Dan. Does anybody want to be removed?
I go to those in person from time to time whenever I'm on the other side of the mountain.
Yeah.
And so I'm still into it. And if there's anything that pertains to us, I usually let you know, but usually there's we get the information passed directly from them in meetings that they attend with us.
All right, Department of Public Works.
I can back you up on that.
On DPW, you're going to back me up? There is stormwater issues aplenty coming, I think, this year.
Okay.
And it's going to take some of your sweet talking. I mean, I know some of the mid-level managers there, but Ann Stillman still hasn't answered my email from a year and a half ago, so.
Gotcha. Okay.
It would be a good time to add the CCAG Stormwater Committee for one of you guys to attend. It's also on.
We have CCAG down here and I and Reed Bogert are close buddies. So I'm on top of that one.
So
Emergency services meetings, CERT, seat.
May I just interrupt on DPW? Who's ever on that should check the Board of Supervisors agenda under the heading Public Works and see what projects they're bringing to the board. Sometimes there's a surprise. I mean, probably the first time you'll see it. Because I mean, DPW, they don't have meetings. So you got to watch the Board of Supervisors agenda on that.
Okay, let me see how I'm going to record that.
maybe you could just put in parentheses after SMC DPW review. Yeah, there you go.
Wasn't Ann the one that goes to most of the Board of Supervisors meetings?
Yes.
Can you
So
bring those to our
when I-
attention? And when you look at the Board of Supervisors meeting, just raise the issue. You don't have to do anything, just tell me and Gus about it.
Gotcha.
There's a DPW thing going on.
We'll dig into it.
Yep.
Emergency services meetings, I really am not doing that, and I don't think I'm the person to be working with CAL FIRE.
It isn't the emergency, it's not CAL FIRE, it's the Services Council, which has a lot of people from DEM. I think they call it Department of Emergency Management, and they just got a new director. I mean, it's worth listening in on what.
I am a CERT, and I don't mind, I'm coordinating with a CERT member on the Community Fiber Network. I have some exposure there. I'm not a CAL FIRE guy. So Ann, do you want to be a CAL FIRE person?
Sure. I love firefighters. They're great.
Fire, it's part of the county. It's a county thing, not CAL FIRE.
Why not?
All right. The Harbor District is Kimberly. Any other volunteers?
That's really important, I think.
It is important, and maybe there should be a backup because I cannot, what I've been doing is just listening to the recording after the fact because they moved their meetings to 10 a.m. and I'm very rarely can get away from work to attend.
All right. I can back you up on that because I know two of the commissioners and I know Jim Pruitt a little, but I just will not be diligent until you tell me it's time for me to be diligent, that you can't cover it. Then you say, Greg, can you cover this? And I'll back you up. Okay.
I just want to add something since we're talking about the Harbor District. I think we need to have an agenda. We need to have a letter to them requesting that they have a community-friendly time for their meeting. Because this
We've done that.
All right. So what you need
What's that?
What you need to do, Dan,
We've already
is
done it.
you need to take out to coffee several commissioners.
No, I don't.
This is for
Greg,
this
quit
is
telling me.
for Crystalline.
Unfortunately, I don't think that strategy is going to work with the Harbor Commission, but
No, we just need to write a letter. Keep it simple. Requesting that they have.
If you get the
community-friendly hours.
chair to agree to agendize that,
I'm just saying it so the whole council can hear it.
Well,
And,
Let's put that down in possible agenda.
Sewer Authority, Midcoast side, anybody besides me interested in sewer?
I'll back you up.
Okay, there is going to be a bombshell landing in the month of March.
Another bombshell?
Another bombshell.
Oh, God.
Coastside Fire Protection District, Ann and Dan,
Probably
Sad.
and me.
Ann and
I'm
Gus.
I know.
Because you already you have me with CAL FIRE and it's the same. I mean, the
It's
coastside fire.
directly
is the
related.
same.
It is probably overlap. Maybe we shouldn't have two line items for it. The Cabrillo Unified School District, certainly I've been doing that. Gus, are you still staying there?
Happy to back up.
Okay. Coastside County Water District, I've been doing that. Anybody else interested in Half Moon Bay's water utility?
I'll back you up on it.
GCSD and Parks Advisory Committee. Well, I'm in touch with GCSD on a fairly regular basis. Anybody else care about
I've
GCSD?
not done anything. I don't even know what, and I don't even know what that means.
I'm interested.
GCSD is where we are, the Granada
Sure,
Community
yeah,
Services District. It relates to me because they're part owners of SAM. They own more than Montera does.
Okay.
And so frequently issues, are talked about that involve all the parties. And so.
And they've got their park coming up too.
The whole Burnham Strip revitalization.
And I'm interested in that.
Okay, so I should take Scott off.
Yeah.
And put Dan on.
I'm specifically just interested in the park, not the daily business of the.
Can I just make a comment about GCSD? That this, the parking situation at Surfers Beach with Caltrans coming in and they're going to put in their bike lane and the along the highway, the parking will be lost, and the Burnham Park public parking will also be lost. And an alignment needs to be determined on where that section of the Peril Trail will go as it passes through their park. And hopefully this can be decided before it comes to the Planning Commission for the coastal development permit. I'm encouraging the MCC to reach out to GCSD and talk about particularly the alignment for the parallel trail.
Okay.
Is it on schedule to get the permit?
They keep saying they're about to apply. I don't think they've submitted it yet.
Yeah, and it's been going on and on. But yeah, I agree with you 100%, Lisa, that, there's some serious issues with that plan as I
So the longer you wait, the more fun they're all
That's
going to
another
get.
agenda item. You're taking notes. That's another agenda item.
I'm not one to ask for an agenda item, but this the way this is being managed seems, I don't understand why they're doing it the way they're doing it with respect to the trail and the community use of that road for parking for the surfers and fishermen. I can't imagine taking it away or changing.
No, I can't either, but they're dead fast.
I think it's absurd the way that the
They're
whole
dead
thing
fast.
is
Can we,
being.
can we focus on the assignment of responsibilities instead of the
So,
details of the
Park
debate?
that as a
I think we
future
should,
agenda
let's
item.
request an agenda item on this.
Email me a request for an agenda.
That's a
It's on
separate.
minutes.
Kimberly, did you have something about the assignments? Greg and Dan, okay, on GCSD and Parks Advisory. Gus and Dan on Caltrans. Somebody else want to be on transportation? MWSD is me, and Ann, you're on there for some reason. You okay with that? You almost were on there.
I was. Yeah, I feel they do a great job. So yeah.
Half Moon Bay City Council, okay. Leave it where it is.
Well, some of that entails making the MCC update for the city council meetings, and I'm not sure who's going to be willing and able to do that. Ann did it last time and did a good job.
I was doing it. I'm happy to stay there, but Ann, do you want to also do it, or who
Which
wants?
I'm sorry.
Go showing up at a Tuesday Half Moon Bay meeting and give them an MCC update.
Oh,
Being Harvey, but
yeah, I did that once.
Well, so you don't want to be listed? Claire, you're more in touch, right?
I don't mind.
Yeah, but I have a third Tuesday conflict. I can't do it.
Yeah, okay, but still, you can use your sources to keep us
I can use my
apprised.
sources. Yes.
Half Moon Bay information. I'm happy to give the Tuesday presentation. Gus, why are you there?
I have no idea why I'm there. I think you should put Ann there as the third person.
That's fine.
Okay, as a backup to the
Yeah.
back.
I usually attend,
I really-
so I could be the backup if you don't want to be.
Is that better?
To the,
Is that better,
yeah, I
than
don't
Kimberly?
normally go to the meetings, but I could.
Okay, no, let's let Kimberly.
But if you're going, then you should be the one.
Which
Half Moon Bay
doesn't
Planning
mean that
Commission?
somebody else couldn't do it some days if nobody else could. I mean,
Kimberly,
Yeah.
do you go to the Half Moon Bay Planning Commission too?
No.
We have Claire and Kimberly down for the Half Moon Bay Planning Commission.
I look at their agendas. That's all you need to do.
So I do look at the agendas, but I've never been able to attend the meeting.
Okay, Pacific City Council, I know you're involved up there, Kimberly, as am I.
I attend those meetings.
Okay. California Coastal Commission, do we have anybody besides Kimberly?
I always look at the agendas.
Well, I'm involved. I get dragged in, no offense, like with the middle mile broadband, the analyst called me, so.
Yeah, that's good.
CCAG, I'm happy to stay on that.
I'm happy to back you up.
Samtrans, who else besides Gus?
Maybe. I'll
What is
back
maybe?
up.
Claire? Regional Water Quality Control Board, I have been in touch with them. Somebody wants to back me up. Half Moon Bay Airport and the county. I think most of our issues have been resolved thanks to Lisa and Michelle. I probably need to follow up a little bit on the leaded fuel issue, but my understanding is they've stopped dispensing it.
Yes, they went to unlimited.
Why is the loss on there?
I don't remember, but it's got a color on it, so that says something. I was in touch with Alice about the storm and the impact of the storm on their community because it was part of my research on stormwater. I can't say that I have a ongoing effort there. Gus, do you have a reason?
I mean, I know some of the guys over there, so I'm happy to be connected to that. I'm not. attending.
All right, so we don't have
meetings.
we don't have a meeting review, but it doesn't hurt to be involved. Frankly, we should probably put Pescadero down here too.
It doesn't hurt to be involved, but there's a lot of other nonprofits in the community that we also doesn't hurt to be involved with.
All right, I hear you. Institutional Knowledge Repository. Well, this is what Lisa has built. This is the website. Maybe I'm overlapping. But it involves more than just a simple posting. Lisa is actually morphing the site from time to time to reflect changing content and emphasis. So it's more than just simple posting. It's a creative effort. City managers meeting. That was the thing Crystalline brought up.
Right.
That sounds like a big deal.
I think we have to see if we can actually attend that meeting.
Right. So
I
who
was
does
under the impression it's a closed meeting.
Well, whose name do we put down here to explore that?
Oh,
Gus will explore that.
That's
Okay, other infrastructure. I don't know why we have all this. Oh, I do. Keep a copy of all MCC documents and email for reference. Help me out there. We have them online. Lisa helps me out with that.
Confused.
And reminds me how often we're missing things.
Was that you asking Dave the question? Do you remember, Greg? Was that you asking Dave if it was important to do that?
Yeah, maybe I ought to ask him.
I think that's related to whether we get public records requests, we have to maintain.
Oh, yeah, we did that. Dave and I dealt with that a couple of years ago. Gus, I'm putting you down here on Brown Act advice, Tim Fox, because I know other people here have written him directly on issues, but really you should be the lead. Sure.
Typically, somebody has come to give a presentation to all the new members.
What does
Every year.
12A mean? What we've done in the past and why?
Isn't that institutional knowledge?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's duplicative to me.
Okay, let me do something about that after the meeting.
So keeping a copy of all MCC documents and email for reference. So this is, as this relates to the website, I built the website but I've never done a backup, and Dave did that, and I don't know what he did, and I don't know where you have it. I know you've got a Google Drive. I don't know if it's been updated since Dave did it or any of that. So, even though
okay, good.
I have
I'll take care of that.
I have your documents up to the time I left the council on my computer, but anything since 2019, I don't have. It's just on the website.
All right, and you're right. I do have the flash drive that I think Dave helped procure it. I'm sure he did. Yeah, I do have that. But you're right. We need a process for this.
You could ask Dave what he did and
I will.
Because, okay.
Respond to incoming request to MCC email. So Claire and I were doing that sort of ad hoc. Gus, do you want to roll in that?
Sure.
Okay, so I'll take myself off because Claire, do you still want to be on there?
I can help, but I should be mostly Gus.
The two of you also.
Well, when you get right to it, I just did it this week, didn't I?
Yeah.
So we'll just we'll add Gus and leave the rest of us. Post incoming events to the website. Well, now Lisa does this on her own, but I hope I'm the one that's so far doing the official meetings.
And once again, anybody else that has an event or something you want to have a blog post on it, just send me the content, I'll put it on, and I can put your name on it as the author.
Subscribe to agendas for many county and regional bodies. Well, you got to do that as part of your job of covering the bases that we just discussed. Yeah. So that's for the assignees. I don't know why, Lisa, you don't need to be in there, do you?
No.
So is that a duplication?
Well, you could say, but you know what it is? It's just a detailed description of something that's included by almost by definition. And so is the website administration. We could clean this up. Adopt a highway. Barbara Matheson was involved in this a while.
I think Caltrans won't dissolve because we haven't been participating.
So what do we have anything to do there? You transportation people, adopt a highway.
Still up on the highway. And I think they sent Barbara Matheson a letter asking, when we were going to clean up the highway. It's in Moss Beach. And when Harold passed away, I suggested maybe we do it, but change the sign to honor him. But I don't know, Greg, you were the head of the MCC last year. I don't think nothing ever happened.
So Chris Johnson and Barbara set it up, and Chris and Barbara and I, and I think Claire once, were the only ones that ever did it. It was nice camaraderie type of thing, but not much fun working along the highway. I think if you wanted to revive it, you need to do some outreach and get some community volunteers. It shouldn't be just the council members.
Yeah, it's too complicated.
It involved training for anybody to do it, and it was really difficult to manage because it was kind of an ad hoc kind of thing. I would say let it go.
Well,
Let it go.
the one thing that struck me is, do we consider naming the stretch of highway for Harold?
You don't have that authority. It's not, that's.
I'm not saying we do it, but
Yeah,
I
but
could
you
lobby.
haven't,
Yeah, you can lobby that separately, sure.
we haven't been doing the work.
Yeah.
But it's separate from this.
If there's.
I agree. This should be.
The sign says the trash is cleaned up by Harold in Memoriam and there's trash all over the place. That's not good.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I don't think Caltrans would allow.
So you want to just delete this item or?
Yes, delete this item. I don't think.
It sounds like a liability issue too, if we organize people being next to the highway.
It's coordinated with Caltrans, and so the day that we do it, they're out there. And
Okay.
Yeah, but everybody has to go through this training process and it doesn't work.
And
All
you
right,
have
so we
orange
had
vest.
ad hoc committees, work groups, water and wastewater. Well, this is overlap with whatever else.
Back up for 1 second. If we're going to let the road cleanup go, should we write an official letter to Caltrans and resign so that we don't have any liability?
You should work with Barbara on that. Her name is on it.
I think there's already somebody else's name on the sign. I think it's just already happened that we're off. Let's confirm that.
Can you confirm that,
okay.
Ken?
Where's
No,
the
that's Moss
sign?
Beach. That's not Moss Beach, not your area.
No,
You can confirm-
who am I supposed to?
You're gonna look at a sign on the road and see what it says for adopt that structure highway and make sure it's not related to the MCC. That's what I think I heard
Where is this sign?
in Moss Beach
On the
somewhere.
side of the highway through Moss Beach and,
Southbound and northbound?
I think
I'll look for the sign.
They-
But it's,
the sign northbound is near Etheldor, south. And I don't think they ever changed that sign. The southbound sign is towards the north end, up around the lighthouse or something. And I think that one did say MCC, but I don't know if they've changed it back. But just ask Barbara. She would know about the sign and she would know about what the status is with Caltrans.
Plus, I think she says there's some orange vests and stuff at the MCC office at the airport too. So whoever,
Helmets, pickers, and bags.
yeah. I've got her phone number if anybody wants to reach out.
we probably should get
Thank
that
you.
back to Caltrans.
So then we also had some ad hoc committees and work groups. Do you want to cover that or?
send it to me, please.
Is anything about, so when?
Gotta get Len out of here.
Yeah, get Len out of there. Chris Johnson, like the new guy that.
No, Chris Johnson was a member for a long time. He was behind the pump track.
Oh, yeah. he
Also
came
worked
talk
on
to her,
the highway, I think, the
Right.
bypass.
Lens and transportation.
Well, this kind of overlaps the other stuff we've said.
Yeah.
I mean, the ones that I think are somewhat active or will be soon, let me just color these. I think there's going to be material developments worthy of a working group, drafting reports, preparing letters on water and wastewater and stormwater. On schools, we kind of handled it. The open issue on school is they never gave us a solution to the Farrell on View risky traffic that we asked for 2-3 years ago, where they did the traffic study and said, there's not enough traffic to put up stop signs. And I said, what about this law that says within 1,000 feet of a school, you can put up yield signs and whatever? And Quavo said, oh yeah, we could. But
I think it's in Connect the Coast Side. It's called Safe Routes to School, and I think they've already implemented the one for El Granada.
Well, they haven't fixed Montero, and you're right. That was part of the evidence we presented when we issued a whole bunch of letters on
Yeah,
this.
just call it that. Call it Safe Routes to School, and then the county will know what you're talking about. Just ask them where it is in the timeline.
Okay. Gus, do you want to be on that or not?
I don't know why. I don't think I need to.
Okay, good. Emergencies. Why am I here?
Are you responsible for emergencies?
This was a working group. Do we have an emergency work group? I mean, telecommunications is an emergency, the stormwater is an emergency, but I think we just delete this
Yeah,
row and
delete
renumber
numbers,
things.
Yeah.
Well, as I recall, wasn't that for when there is an actual emergency, who was gonna communicate with the?
Oh, that must be Gus because he's chair.
Is that the walkie-talkie?
The walkie-talkie thing.
That's right. It was, I did look into walkie-talkies. Remember?
Yep.
I made a
Yes.
proposal and
And we said no.
I was overwhelmed with apathy. Nobody wanted their walkie-talkies.
Hey, Greg, I think somebody might want to try to get a seat on the thing for the emergency evacuation plan with the county. I mean, it sounds like they're doing it with AI.
That's a good point. That's an ongoing issue that will take some attention. Who
Okay.
wants to be on that? I think I would be willing to be on that. Chris, do you want to be on that or not?
Yeah, I know.
Evacuation planning?
Sure.
Telecommunications, my favorite subject. Power, yes, we need a new PG&E. Gus, why is your name down there?
I don't know.
Anybody
No, but I
else?
don't mind being on.
You don't mind? Anybody else interested in getting rid of PG&E and forming a local grid? Oh, well.
Well, that would be interesting.
Healthcare, Chris Johnson and Claire. I can't remember why Chris Johnson's on there with you.
I think Chris was really into some sort of project with Seacoast side at the moment, but
Oh,
I
you're
don't
right.
think
He wrote a passionate email a while ago. And I said, okay, we'll put you on the work group. And nothing's happened. We haven't done anything. Do you want me to take his name off?
I think so, because we're basically not putting non-council members on here right now.
Yeah. Okay, transportation. Well, we already have,
That's pretty broad.
Yeah.
we have Caltrans up above.
Yeah, I thought I basically have the lower southern. half.
Transportation has a whole page of the work plan for long-range planning currently. The county's, there's a whole bunch of projects there.
So Dan, are you involved in that transportation? Anything comes up? Does he covering any bases for you or not?
Dan was involved with some of that. Do you still want to?
The Caltrans, yeah,
For the Moss Beach section.
right.
All right, so when a transportation issue comes up,
It keeps morphing in from, connect the coast side into something else, and just keeps sucking up taxpayer dollars, and then it just moves on like nothing gets done. They say they're gonna do all these horrible things, and then it just moves on to another list of horrible things, moves on
Okay.
to another list.
all right, Harbor and Shoreline,
Anyway, yeah, I wanna watch that.
Kimberly, and who
I'm on
else? Are you involved in the Harbor and Shoreline, Dan?
No, the transportation.
I'm,
Oh, wait, yes, I am.
You did ask
Both.
me.
okay, Gus, are you on Harbor and Shoreline?
Yeah,
I
I mean, I'm interested.
don't know that I
what
need
to
to be
do.
on that one.
You know, I will take an interest in this because the armoring thing is coming up over and over. Are we going to save the state of Florida or face reality? And by extension, if we're not going to save Florida. All right, so that.
I know, I was like, I'm gone. I don't understand
That's,
that.
all right, now, action item for the minutes.
Yeah,
Greg to clean up and republish this list for the next meeting and people next week and people to confirm. There's clearly a bunch of cleanup still necessary here.
so the
Yeah, I think,
21 draft.
we all need a chance to kind of review this, not at this
When-
moment.
When you guys finalize this, is this going to be posted, or can you at least send me a copy so I know who to reach out to if on a certain issue?
Help me out, Lisa, but I think I got this off of the top of the page for 2023
Okay.
archive, and that's where I would put the next draft, right? On the 2024
Yeah, or
meeting.
send it to me. I'll get there. Okay. So if there's any documents coming out of the retreat that are going to be for the whole year, yeah, that's where I would put.
Okay, good. Well, that would be the plan.
Could you also distribute it to all of us?
No, you
so
don't
that-
get to see this. We just get to blame you when you don't do your job.
Yeah.
Are we planning on having a second retreat, or is this it?
I think Claire might not last.
Gus, the
I'm
question's
still on
to you.
East Coast time, so I
Another retreat?
don't
Why?
last either.
This is exhausting.
Well, I don't think that we're gonna really have time,
3 hours.
that we're not gonna have everything covered tonight.
We've got,
And I
we're on
think
to
I'm
item
asking a
3.
specific-
We're
I
on,
don't
yep,
think we
we're
need
on,
a lot-
it's 7:30 and we're on to Midcoast priorities.
I don't think we
Wait.
need a lot of extra time, but I think we need time. None of this was,
Let's see where we had until 9:30 scheduled today. Let's move on to the next thing. So current issues already in process. So current issues. So what we've got, we're still working on the firehouse is still going, right? We've got the school that's still going. We've got Cypress Point, which is still going. We've got Montero Mountain. We still have to do something to kind of close the loop on that. Let's see, what else do we have?
I think you're talking about the document posted on the MCC website, which was a bastardized version of what we did last year. And at the end, I have added items new and old just for the heck of it.
Yeah.
The list is unaddressed Montero traffic risks that I just talked about, Fairlawn View School.
Yeah.
Herbicides, pesticides, Elgin School remodel, Montero Mountain, tenant protection ordinance. Did they ever do anything there? Code violation issues, which is numerous, the CARES program, Midcoast Transportation Assistance, fentanyl task list, blah, blah, blah. And then up here, we have all this other things. Flow of funds for the Midcoast, a whole bunch of stuff that isn't agreed necessarily. Okay.
Right.
But this is sort of a laundry list. I just threw some stuff at the end. This is from last year. Sea level rise, wildfire mitigation. I don't know what you want to do with this.
So the question is like, what things do we? Well, if this is the open issues, like what things do we still need to act on?
So I would propose that we take the 5 minutes around the table for all the council members and hear that, take notes on it, and come back, and to Dan's suggestion, this is a discussion item for the next meeting. Because we're not going to make it by 9:30. And we only have one other thing I'm aware of for next agenda, which would be the letter on Montero Mountain.
And Cypress Point, we want to make some kind of comment because that's our only chance.
Are we going to have a?
didn't we already make?
Yeah, we did comment.
Yeah, but now because they're not going to do CEQA and they're not going to do a formal response to all of our questions that we submitted.
Initiates another comment on that issue.
So maybe even a letter just asking, hey, can you please comment? Can you at least, and actually there's things when I went through, do you want to?
Well,
It's okay if I speak, you don't want to give me, wait till
no,
my
okay,
5 minutes.
Are you still talking about Cypress Point?
Yes.
Or are you moving on to the next?
Yes.
She's talking about the agenda for next meeting.
Right.
And suggesting Cypress Point's part of it, and we would have to write a letter in advance of the staff report. Because we won't have another meeting.
Yeah,
before
because,
they-
okay,
have
so
a
yes,
staff
so what,
report.
yes, okay, so then what I was going to say was, if our next meeting is on the day of the day of their meeting, right? The plan is
No,
Wednesday.
28th. Our next meeting is the 28th.
No, I mean, our next one after that one. Our next meeting after that is the same day that they make their decision, right?
Yes.
Wednesday,
And they make it in the morning and we would be
Yes.
in.
So we could, but I think it's weird if we issue a letter before we've read what they have to say. So what I was going to suggest was, do we move that Wednesday meeting to Monday? So we have the weekend to read what their report is. And then we say whatever we're going to say in light of what they, because your point is valid that they're only giving us like 6 days to say something, us or anybody in the public, which is not good. Don't like that.
No,
But that is the way that it is
terrible.
right now. So unless Ray somehow gets them to change their schedule, I think it would make.
Lisa,
I think it's strange if we say something before they issue the report. But then
Lisa,
we only have
Lisa may know something.
Sorry, Claire. Yes, what?
Lisa raised her hand.
Trying to tell us something about this.
Lisa's trying to tell us something. Go for it, Lisa.
Okay, so Director Monowitz said at our last meeting that tentatively March 13 is the Planning Commission hearing to make a recommendation on Cypress Point, that they want to have a special meeting on the coast side. Now, when they do that, it's usually in the evening. And they haven't got it's not actually, they don't have the venue and that firmed up, so it might change, but that's what they're going to try to do. But I don't know, maybe they'll have it. Well, we don't know whether it will be in the evening on the 13th.
Didn't Ray say?
We should know by next week when you have your meeting next week, so that should help, right?
Yeah,
Would it be fair to ask for a delay on the planning commission hearing it on March 13th until we've had time to have the community meeting here and read the staff report,
That's-
presumably.
That's
on
what
the
Ray
7th.
was saying, right? That Ray was saying he would he would ask that.
Here's what we used to do on the MCC when important things happened like this. We would have a special meeting on Sunday and write the letter. We never got the county to change these things.
Okay, yeah, so I was not assuming they were going to change their schedule either.
Gus was suggesting
So,
we
but
meet
I'm
on the
saying
11th.
We just move our Wednesday meeting to Monday. And then deal with it then. And if they schedule the community meeting on that Monday, then I don't know, maybe we do it on Tuesday instead. But or Sunday. Fine, Sunday.
There's a
Sunday.
SAM board
Yep,
meeting
fine.
on the 11th, which is going to be important.
Yeah, okay.
So I would prefer Sunday.
Okay.
If you want to have the planning commission have time to read your letter, I would suggest you get it to them optimally by the Friday before their meeting,
They don't
or
release
at
their
the minimum by Monday morning. I mean, picture this. They're going to have a lot of stuff to read. And so just saying.
I hear you, Lisa, but they're not going to publish their stuff until the 7th. There's
That's
no
the
way.
latest. That's the latest they will publish. It could be sooner. They're doing their best.
Okay.
I would say Sunday early evening or something like that. Sunday. I don't know what the council thinks.
I think that's
The memo that Steve's going to send out should give you part of the information on it. That will have the response to comments, and you'll get a sense of what the traffic mitigations are going to be. And you still won't have the staff report, but whatever. This will come in 2 parts.
So I think we should just all mentally just prepare ourselves for the Wednesday meeting moving to Sunday so that we can issue something in response to their report when it is released. We won't officially make that change yet because we don't know when.
Which day though is that?
That's.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sunday the 10th.
The 10th?
Yes. Okay, just mentally prepare for it. I'm not saying we're making a fate that change officially yet because we don't know when they're scheduling the community meeting or any of that stuff. We don't know how soon maybe the report does come out earlier. That'd be magical. I'm not assuming it's gonna happen. So let's just mentally prepare for that. And then
Greg?
we will make the official call once we know more about what's happening with schedule related to this thing.
Hey,
That makes
Gus,
sense.
I have my
Yes.
hand. I
Yes.
just want to say that I don't think you should change the regularly scheduled public meeting for the MCC. Maybe just have it in mind to have a special meeting to write a letter only for a special meeting, and that way it would be a short and sweet. You know what I'm saying?
Meeting in which this group writes a letter is going to be like the opposite of short and sweet.
Not short and sweet, but at least
Nothing about it is going to be short or sweet.
We're all there. We have to invite the public,
But
right?
yes,
It doesn't have.
Yep.
So we have to announce it a certain amount of time in advance.
Yeah, but we, as he said, we have a meeting on the 28th. By then we should know more.
Yes. We will settle it later,
Okay, good.
but
Yes.
but mentally reserve the time.
Can I make a suggestion
Yes, Steve.
that we do keep the meeting at the regular time.
Okay.
We go into this meeting with the bulk of the letter. We can all expect what the county what they're going to say in their staff report. They're going to say, we approve this.
We're not going to spend time on it until we see what their staff report says. Like, I don't.
Well, you know what it's going to say. So we don't have to.
I know they're.
I think it would be better
but,
strategy to get a head start. And then if we find something that we didn't expect, add that in. And then the letter's done. We don't have to cram through, start from scratch on a Sunday
Are
night.
you volunteering to draft the letter now?
Because I'm not.
You know what?
Oh, we're done.
Right.
Fine.
You do this all the time, and I'm having a discussion. I'm trying to get input from that, and you just shut it down with this method
Okay.
that you use.
Okay.
Who's going to take responsibility so we can move on? That's all you want to do. You just want to move on. I'm trying to get some feedback from the council. And I really don't like when you just shut the door on that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
So I think that this strategy would save us time in the long run. Now, as far as writing a letter, I'd be open to There's a little time. We have a little time. So I would be open to working on that letter.
Or like right now?
But I don't
was
want
gonna say,
to.
I plan on writing something anyway, and I
Pardon?
can work on it.
You are.
Because I'm gonna write something anyway, but I think Supervisor Mueller made a good point that the one thing we can ask for, knowing nothing at all, is that all road improvements be completed before anything gets built, because what's happening at Big Wave, it's starting without any road improvements whatsoever.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be
Yeah.
continued. So I think we will not
Well-
know what the cumulative effect of that will be for some time. However, when you get that going and this going and you get the fire station being built literally all at the same time, this is gonna be something, like this is like a lot. And so I think just to simply ask, if nothing else, before you even look at any report or anything else, we can make additional comments, but simply to ask that any and all road improvements for the development, whatever development goes in there, be completed. I think that's a very reasonable thing to ask, because technically, as I was pointing out to Ray, it is not exempt from CEQA, technically. So I'm sure there are people that are going to fight this. I don't know, we'll see. But I'm just saying we should at least at a minimum ask. Because, I mean, right now, can you imagine this development going in with not a traffic light, not a circle, nothing?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to at least ask
So,
for that.
so do the two of you want to start a draft letter now?
Sure.
Great.
I'll
Awesome.
do it for
You
you.
start, and okay, then the third person who's gonna be on that is me. I'll be the third person on that, but I'm not gonna,
That's okay.
I want to wait to see what the staff report says before I weigh in.
Yeah, and that's
Okay.
fine. I just wrote a very preliminary letter just to say, please,
Okay, you and
Deal
Dan
with
work
that.
on that. Great
So-
suggestion, Dan. You two are on it. Awesome.
and that'll be for 28.
Yes. Great. Okay. All right, so now. That's what the heck we are. We were on. Oh, we're ready.
Round robin?
Ready to round robin. Who wants to start?
So so
The round robin will be 5 minutes on either of these options. Number one, what you would personally like to see us work on this
Okay.
year. Number two, anything about how we operate, how we work with each other. This is Dan's point, that you would like to see different, changed, or that you think is awesome and you don't want changed.
I'll go first if you want me to.
Go for it.
So I need to meet with Kimberly and then get closure on Montera, do one thing and close it, be done with it. So we need to make a time to meet to do that. If over the phone or in person,
Okay,
between now and
next week.
next week. So I'll talk to you later about that.
Okay.
And then, so there's a stretch of more, there's a stretch, I want to make sure I say this right. There's a stretch of Marauder Road between Magellan Ave and Medio along the highway that's armored. The westbound side of that road is starting to collapse because cars are driving on it. I'm just asking if this is a good idea or not for something to get involved in. I would love to see one-way traffic for cars in the east lane along the Miramar Cafe, just along that 3-block stretch. One way, I don't know which direction would be best, and then have a pedestrian on the other side, the ocean side, the west side of that road. Because I don't know if you ever go down there on the weekends or Fridays, it is melee with people walking in that road in both directions. Someone will be run over eventually. It's very frustrating for cars to drive through there. And with the completion of the new bridge, it's gotten much worse in that stretch of road. I think this is low hanging fruit if we could somehow figure out a way to make it one way for cars and one way for pedestrians. And that's something I'd be interested in pursuing. It sounds like it could be cheap.
But I just want to say it's been that way for decades.
Let's fix it then. Because it's madness right now. It's very crowded. People,
Mueller came and he suggested the one-way thing.
yes.
Yeah.
When,
I don't-
today?
Yes, it
Yes.
is. I was
Yeah,
just gonna
before you
say that
came.
too.
Okay, never mind
Yeah.
then.
So, no,
So-
because they're aware of the road and it's a safety issue.
Yeah, the cars,
So,
too much, there's
yeah.
too much weight on the west side of the road. It's making a collapse from cars.
Yes.
Okay,
So
never
that's
mind
in
then.
the works.
Okay.
This is
Well,
Can I
also,
take credit for that?
I just want to point out that this is a connected issue with the entire coastline in terms of sea level rise. And that stretch honestly should be considered for managed retreat. And the armoring should be removed for Sandy Beach.
Okay.
And I don't see that the community that lives in those 2 blocks is gonna allow that. But at some point, the coastal trail, which connects through there,
Yes,
is gonna have to be moved back.
okay,
So that's something to be aware of
okay.
when you look at that.
And so with respect to that, since we're on that subject right now, the reason the steps are underwater is because this time of the year, there's probably 5 feet of sand above the normal.
It's
Level.
normal for this time of year.
It's normal to have the sand, those steps to be covered. That's just the way nature is. So.
Awesome. Anything on process or?
I think the process is great. I think it's great. I don't have any problem with it.
Okay, who would like to go next?
Well, I have things to say, but I don't need to go next.
All right, well, why don't you, but since you have things to say, we'll give everybody more time. to say.
So you all know that I have concerns about telecommunications and the fiber network and the stormwater and stuff like that. But to me, the biggest issue is the lack of a visible management process with progress. And somewhat parallel to Scott, my background is in business. I have never been in a more unmanaged situation than I am right now with the County of San Mateo. We write letters, we don't get an answer. We don't know who to talk to on things. To me, the first and major priority is getting a process, and we have to take Crystalline's advice, et cetera, getting a process where things actually get done. And then I'll worry about whether I'm ranking telecommunications and broadband over stormwater. But right now, I'm at a loss for words to describe how inadequate the ability of this council to get things done is. And I want a budget. I want to debate the budget with the county, and that will lead to how many resources we get to do what, whether it's infrastructure work or staff support for us. But between having a budget and a process that's defined and who we talk to me, that's the priority for this council. I would hate to leave the council and not have a budget and not have a process defined. And that'll lead to an evaluation of the flow of funds that we started already and a whole bunch of other things. All right, so that's less than 5 minutes.
Maybe Mr. Eli can help with, you know?
Anything about our internal process?
I love you all, sometimes more than others.
Please don't put that down. I'd like to have it stricken from the record. Can we do that? Is it possible? Can that be defeated?
We're gonna have to do some trust falls.
I'm not doing that.
We're all working unpaid extra overtime hours. You know, I just want to see us accomplish having a working body that is governance for the people we represent. Harvey Rohrback says we should consolidate so we get better representation for the Midcoast. And so he's put his finger on the fact he sees us not getting represented at the county. He knows it because he's in some of those meetings that Crystalline's telling us we should go to. And we're not, Dan, I'm not done. So I agree with Harvey's point that we need more representation. I don't necessarily agree with the consolidation and who's going to take over whose debt, you know, and infrastructure deficits. But he also is putting a point on the fact that we're just not as effective as we need to be for our constituents. Okay, so that's my 5 minutes.
Right now.
That, what you just said bothers me because Harvey at times has ridiculed the council in a light way in terms of the fact that we have no power. So what, if any, are Harvey's suggestions besides consolidation to address this?
No, Harvey just thinks he can represent us in a way that we can't represent ourselves. And it's not true. It's a little offensive, but the point is made that Greg is trying to say. Greg's point is made,
Okay.
but I wouldn't take it from Harvey.
I think our only power is who we vote for. Hey, I'm not voting for you anymore. You didn't help us, you know, as in elected officials, right?
No,
Tell the people in your neighborhood, do not vote for this person. Vote for somebody else who represents us.
No, we have the power to be more effective as a council. That should be a highest priority to everybody. Now, I don't have the magic bullet for that. But that is a direction that I think is underestimated.
So, I mean, in the other parts of the world, your boss comes to you and says, you didn't meet your goals this year, why? Well, this was my holdup. And I said, could you please go to your person and tell them to remove my roadblock? We don't have that, right? We can't go to someone's boss and say, the reason I can't do what I need to do is because this person is in my way, or they're not giving me the support I need, or they're not communicating with we just don't have that, right? We don't have that option. So again, like Dan said, I don't know the answer to resolving the issues that we would like to see resolved in our community, but maybe we should think about that.
I like it. Dan, you want to go next?
No, I don't want to go next.
No, okay.
Who else? Claire?
I'll go because I'm going to be really short.
Okay.
I think if there was one thing that would be really consequential that we could do, because we've got a lot of buy-in already, is to work for an ordinance on light.
We're working on that already.
Well, that's good. I'm saying I think that should be a priority for the new year, and I think we could probably achieve it. Beyond that, I think we're going to have our hands full. There's a lot of stuff going on. Moss Beach is going to be a complete disaster with all the construction. The highway is going to be a disaster with all its construction. I think we're just, if we had a couple of really big projects that we thought we could do, like the light ordinance, I would be happy. And otherwise, I think we just need to stay on top of things. And I think this is a really good group of people. I'm amazed, really, in a way, that everybody is so committed and works so hard and shows up all the time, and we don't get paid, and we have other things in our lives, and it still happens. And I think it's a great group.
Awesome.
Thank you.
What was the construction in Moss Beach that you were referencing?
I'm talking, it's Cypress Point, the fire station, the temporary fire station, Big Wave, the highway rehabilitation program.
Yeah, I
All
don't think any of that's going to happen soon. I thought.
Oh, yes. I don't know. The firehouse, I think it's all going to happen maybe a year from now.
Okay.
Firehouse and Cypress
Okay.
Point are gonna
Yeah.
destroy
All of it.
local roads with heavy equipment traveling on it.
Yeah.
Destroyed.
I'm only a few houses away.
You're,
From all this, I'm
Better give-
2
you have-
houses from the firehouse. I'm like,
you have a
yeah.
4-wheel drive, right? You're gonna need to get up that road.
Awesome. Who's going next?
I lost track. Well, I guess I can go.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna win.
Go.
So priorities, obviously Cypress Point is a big one for me at the moment, that's immediate. But then the light issue, just like Claire said, I think that was something that's just overwhelmingly brought up, and stormwater, because we've got to have a plan. And it sounds like Supervisor Mueller is moving that way. So it's perfect. It's something that we can work in conjunction with him, and just as long as we know who we need to work with to get it done, I think that's the most important thing. And I will certainly take somebody out to coffee and whatever it takes to get that stormwater system, up and going. Because I really want us to save Mr. Silveria. I mean, but we have a community that really needs this help. So, I still would really like a senior community. That would be, in an ideal world, I would love nothing more than to see that built. I really wish people would have listened to me when I said Cypress Point is the most perfect location for that. But, that's not gonna happen at the moment. But for me, I mean, that would have been ideal. And there are other locations that this housing could go into, which I do believe that all of the parcels will eventually be built that are designated plus. I think it's reality. But I think the hardest part for us to deal with at the moment, though, is that all the construction seems to be happening at once. So I think how we help I mean, I guess that's another thing. How do we help the community navigate all this? And let's work with the county too, to say, what can we do to try to minimize the disruption as much as possible, just to keep people in the loop? How do we keep the community informed? That's it.
Okay, anything about our internal process?
Oh. I like everybody. I think everything works great. I'm good.
Awesome.
I got no problem with it.
Say for priority? No, we have Kimberly and Dan still. I'm gonna go last. So which of the two of you wants to go next?
Do you want to go?
It's up to you.
Please do.
Okay. All right, so I like what you said earlier, Kimberly, about you know, best practices, you know. One thing about writing letters, you know, I've thought, I don't know how to get to this point, but I think that there should be kind of a boilerplate, or I should say, something written down to kind of how to get through, how to get a good letter, what, you know, what is important. You know, first step, kind of a little bit, we went through it, Gus and Greg, you know, before anything starts, have a digesting moment to where everybody kind of puts out, hey, this is my input, have a real discussion, you know, exchange ideas and be open. And then after all that's on the table, then decide the next step. And this is the sticky part. Deciding what information is the most important that should be on the letter. You know, a problem with having a letter super long is the community won't read it. A lot of stuff will get, you know, people start to skim through and they'll read fast through it. So they'll just miss stuff. Should be simple, short and sweet, but covering all the important points. So if we could get some kind of what's it called? A cheat sheet or something, just kind of outline that. And I think once that's written down, we could, not that this method has to be followed every single time, but at least it's a guide. I know that, well, I think most of the members here don't interrupt. You know, maybe I could interrupt once in a while, but there's also some people like stay on and talk about their things on and on and on, and then they don't allow for just a little bit of interjection, you know, short interjection. I think that to a general degree, you know, the whole council should have a fair, nobody should dominate. There should be, you know, somewhat of an equal. And if we find that there's a constant domination, then to that degree, you know, you have to allow for a little bit of interjections and not be, you know, ignored. I think that it would be a good idea for who has not done it to at least skim through the bylaws. There's a lot of good information there. So on the lighting ordinance, just so everybody knows, we haven't really had a time for like council activity. So as you know, there's a lot of dark sky members in the community, and so we got together and we met with Supervisor Mueller, and we basically asked him to consider the dark sky model lighting ordinance, which other communities have already, worked in. And the way it will work is there's the model, and then it goes in. There may be some, it's got to go through planning. It's got to go through Steve Monowitz, and so they may suggest some tweaks to it, and then we may suggest some tweaks to it as well. I don't know the timeline of that, but I've got a hunch that it's going to go. It'll we'll have little nibbles at it, for a period of a couple months, 3 months maybe. That's my guess. And I think that these crossings, that have been presented in Moss Beach now, there was that recent accident at Graywall Cove near the parking lot. That, it was a fatality. Wasn't it? I think it was head on. I think it was one fatality, helicoptered out. So anyway, the Graywall Cove is everybody knows, I see it all the time. Not so much this time of year, but it's prime location for an underpass. Why is it a prime location for an underpass? Because you're starting up here and your destination is down here, and it's a straight line. Instead of going up, over, and then way down. Anyway, so I think that's one area that could be a start to look at. There's probably other areas. I don't want to get into details now, but that's something else that I think that that I'd like to see get some traction this year. We're not the only road that has this problem. There's many roads across the globe, and they have solved this problem with underpasses. And they can be very nice. So, what else? I'm happy to be. I enjoy working with everybody, and I hope nobody takes anything personal. Ever. I try to be, just stand what I believe. And sometimes I'm wrong. Sometimes I could be wrong. And be off day. I would like to try to get out of these meetings, not go into the 11 o'clock hour. I think at 9:30. I mean, in the past, what we've had, we had kind of like we all agreed that we had a hard stop at like 9:30. I would say we should try to do 9:30, and then we should just take a poll of the council at the time. If there's a hot issue and we need another 30 minutes, should we continue this, or should we, have another, and then just let everybody, hey, let's just get through this and be done with it instead of opening it up again at the next meeting, kind of thing. If we need that extra time, but at least we have a goal for getting out, a reasonable time, because I get up early in the morning. Like I said earlier, I don't have the magic bullet for how our council can be more effective, but I think that there's room to explore, at least, to how we can get more done with less effort. Okay. Good. And I question the value of newsletter. Honestly, I don't think enough people read it. It has grown into mandating that we now have a line item bill every month for MailChimp as a result of taking on this newsletter concept. Two things, we could either stop them if we don't want to do that. We could possibly purge some of the email or just look at the email list, and there may be some that we could pull off that are old, that are not used. I don't know how to do that. And that might get us under the threshold that we don't have this monthly now bill, which is taking funds from the MCC. And I'm sorry, I had another thought. It was very important, but I'll come back to it. It's just one short thought. I just slipped my mind.
What? Oh, you slipped your mind. I see. I kind of want to go. I want to let Burnett talk because he's had his hand up for a while. Burnett, do you want to chime in with something?
I just wanted to confirm something I got when you guys were talking there. I wanted to confirm, are you planning on talking about Greg's spreadsheet and the Midcoast priorities in the next meeting? Or is this going to be it? Because it sounded like you were going to do that, then you got off on responding to, I guess, the planning report and so on. And I kind of lost track of, we're going to discuss these issues about the priorities and Greg's spreadsheet in the next meeting or not.
I don't know that we were. I was not planning to agendize that for the next meeting, but do we feel like we need to agendize that for the next meeting? What does everybody think?
Yes, well, I don't know how. I think we should be able to look at it again because, I mean, we didn't have this hard copy in front of us like we normally do. It was just gone through real quick. I think we need to have, as a council member, have a chance to print it out, look at it, digest it. Oh, maybe this is missing, or we forgot that, or, another easy way to deal with this is just to consider it a living document. Not that it should be like radically changed or pull names off, but not a big deal if we have to.
What if we put like 20 minutes or something on the agenda next time to quickly to tie up any loose ends related to
Might be
the priorities?
So I think that's a good idea. What I would like to see, maybe I could just do this for myself if we don't think that it's helpful, is to look at each of the priorities and look at what we accomplished and what, sort of a status and what we still have to accomplish on that particular item.
Yes, Greg.
So in response, some months back, Kimberly, I did a color-coded list of things we had raised as priorities. And I referred to that when I was updating this one. I don't think the document that was color-coded, which I can share with you again, is current. The list that I patched together for this meeting was certainly just patched together. It's not well organized. My only question for the group and the chair is, are we going to just react? Or are we going to proact and push some things?
I think we should do both those things, right? Something we should pick a few. I think it can only be a few realistically. We pick a few to be proactive on, then there's going to be a lot of, there's a lot of things coming down the pipe stuff we have to react, right?
Well, so if we're going to be proactive, then I think the idea that we go through that list of priorities and nominate what is the thing or four things or whatever that we're going to try and get done, dark sky lighting, whatever, and who's going to do what to get that started.
Okay.
Yes. And I was going to say, since Supervisor Mueller he just gave us a huge list of things that he's working on, and some of it goes along with what our priorities are. So let's, work with him and see how can we support him and what can we do to make these things work.
Yes,
You know,
he threw out
so-
one, which was write a letter supporting, the Caltrans
Exactly.
thing, so we should do that.
Yeah.
Um,
I was gonna say, and as you're meeting with him, I think that would be great to just keep that line of communication open of whatever we can do and be proactive, like you said, but also if he needs, and know his time, when does he need things by, so we can make
Yeah,
sure.
I'll just put in my takeaway to ask him when he would want that letter mentioned tonight.
I'm not sure that he's gonna need our help. I mean, that's
He asked us for one. He
Well,
said,
yeah.
one thing I asked, what could we do to help him? He said you could write a letter supporting the Caltrans thing. Like he specifically said that.
Yes.
I
We
think
should.
that there's some traction on the fact that we got the letter written to Governor Newsom by SU and Becker and Berman, because we had attached 5 other agencies' endorsement of our community broadband. The fact that we got that the middle mile thing to the Coastal Commission done, got other agencies involved in supporting that. I think it gives politicians cover that what they're asking for is a substantiated need.
So forgive me, I came in right in the middle of that, and I didn't really understand what the Caltrans thing was that he was talking about.
92, all the potholes, just,
Okay.
you know, flooding, culverts, just along.
So it's
the-
just that stretch there where.
No, it's Caltrans Road in general,
Okay.
but that came up, that stretch came
He
up.
talked about having, I think they called them legislative subpoenas also. And that was for
That was for
PG&E.
PG&E.
PG&E, did you miss that about the AT&T withdrawing the Twisted Pair copper?
I did
wires?
miss that, but I also received a notice. And my cruise IO bill went up as a result of AT&T withdrawing its maintenance on the line.
Did they say what? I didn't get a letter. I'm an AT&T landline. Maybe there's one in my mailbox. I got. Did they tell you when this was gonna actually change?
Effective as of February 2nd, I think. So it's now effective, at least for my situation.
So basically, if your line deteriorates, they're not gonna fix it. So
Correct.
my line works now,
Correct.
but it could deteriorate any day and I'll lose it. They won't fix it.
That sounds like that, but I don't know for sure. I'm cognizant of the time.
Okay. Okay, so I didn't really get an answer on that, Gus, but I do have some.
That's.
You have some comments on that. If it's going to be, I would be happy to postpone it to the next meeting, but that's why I wanted to verify that you will have a discussion of the priorities at then.
Yeah, we will have about 20 minutes on it next time. Yes.
Oh,
Actually,
okay, thank you.
Allow 30 minutes.
30 minutes? Fine. 30. We will have, it'll be on the agenda. We'll hammer out exactly how many minutes it is once we see what else needs to be on.
9:30 adjournment out of the water.
Yeah. Well,
Not today, but when we have that as an agenda. I see that as a lot, there's gonna be a lot of comment and discussion. in
What
regards
is
to
that?
The list of
Oh.
priorities.
Based on what Greg just said on how to deal with the list.
Also,
Yeah, I think it's gonna be big.
Yeah, no, well, that's,
If
yeah,
we
I
made
agree.
it 30 minutes, that'd be
Read it out
freaking
real
great.
quick.
I think all we need to do is just
We'll sort that out. We'll sort it out.
Okay,
I'll
just
figure
need to
out.
review it
So let's see
quickly.
what else needs to happen.
Just need to review it quickly and possibly add something if somebody wants to. That's all.
Yeah, I take Scott's point, but we very rarely do things actually go that quickly here, but.
Did you want
Well,
to
we
just
have to try to get in the habit.
Should we?
We gotta break this habit of dragging things down.
Okay.
We'll deal with it next time. Yes,
may I proceed now?
yes.
So can you remind me what the third point was?
Third point for what was?
So what to work on this year, how we operate, any changes, internal process? What's the third point?
Or maybe it was just those two.
Oh, that was it?
2 points, yeah.
Yeah. What to work on this year? First, I think I would like to say that I've had a really rough 3 months, and at different odd hours of the night thinking about these things. And I feel like I'm very grateful for this group for being so patient with me and allowing me to continue to participate. And I apologize that I haven't been able to participate as well over the last 3 months. So thank you. Thank you for being understanding. I also looked back at all the things that I went into this year thinking I was going to work on and realized I didn't make it to the one thing that I felt was most important, which was the coastside issues and the sea level rise stuff. And that I would like to be more of a priority this year, if possible. Very supportive of the lighting. I think that's very important. Dan and Claire, I think, are right on that is a very achievable goal, something that we could achieve fairly easily compared to a lot of these other things. So I would be behind that 100%. Keep in mind that an ordinance does take time. And as with the foodware ordinance, I think from beginning to adoption was over 3 years. So just to set expectations and that's because of process along the way, public hearing, county process.
Maybe, yeah. Hard to say for sure.
So I think that thing of coastline issues, sea level rise, that's a big pot of things. Other than that, maybe all the other things are big things, and I don't really think there's anything I can add to that. I really think it's important to work on our relationships. I mean, as evidenced by the feedback that we received. And I know for myself, I do get very passionate about some things and probably go a little further than I should. And so I will try to be more mindful of that. And I think that, building our better relationship with the supervisor is important. Even in times when we disagree with them. And I was very encouraged or heartened to hear what he had to say today. So I thought that was very positive. How we operate in terms of internal process, I think generally we do pretty well. I tend to want a little more order, but I think I've become a little more comfortable with the disorder. So not going to complain about that. I think we're all very reasonable people, and we are improving. And we seem to have very good working rapport, even when we have disagreements. So I really appreciate that and hope that it continues to stay at that level or even get better. And there was something else, but I think my brain's too tired, so I'll stop there.
So I remember that what that item was. So in the interest of writing letters faster, spreadsheets, managing information, I have an Apple, so it's Apple numbers and pages for Word document. Sometimes I need help. It's hard to get help. I think, I remember, I don't know if anybody remembers, but Apple used to have like a one-to-one, like a sign up.
Genius Bar?
Something like that, but that they would kind of be with you one-on-one, and then they kind of evolved into like a project. Like you got to start your project, and then if you had a problem that you're frustrated with, then this person would be available to come and get you through that, get you past that, or you're searching for a keystroke. I am not an expert, on not dumb, but when it's down to cram time and you're just fighting, you got all these problems and you got to go over and over, and then it opens up into another problem. Everything's like what are they, all those viruses of formatting, and then just now, some of these letters just took way too long just to clean up things. And I think part of it is from, well, things can go wrong with technology and applications and stuff. But so anyway, another thing took an enormous amount of time is just last fiscal year, getting all the receipts and the digital copies, and there were different sizes, and it was just horrible. I needed help. So I think that each, some of us maybe, like, damn, we talking about ding, 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 it's done, right? But others, maybe could find some time saving, right? And so how do we go about that? Some people are on Word, some people are on Apple, some people are on Apple, but they're used to Word, right? I started out at Word, so I'm a little bit of both. Maybe that's. So how do we? I don't know. We set an agenda item to talk about. Does anybody have suggestions? How do we get through some of these?
This is the world we live in now. Of different programs, not some things are compatible with others.
Isn't that largely solved by using Google Docs? Because like that doesn't.
No. I am not using Google Docs anymore. I don't like Google Docs.
So
we don't have to use the problem with that is that you have no control over, other than. I mean, I'm not saying it can't be used. I'm just saying relying on 100%. I don't like that.
So I think the first thing is.
I could change my mind on that.
So I think the first thing is that it be a norm of this council that it's okay to ask for help. I struggled a few times with things I took on, and then I think it should be okay to reach out and say, oh, I'm having trouble. I need some help with this. And that should be okay. And then the second thing is, with this particular item, I guess what would be helpful to know is what do you prefer to use? And then to think about how we can adapt to what you prefer to use and make it easier.
As far as
like for formatting and things like that. Are you talking about when you take on something and you're drafting something and then you need to share it around, or or is it a matter of when somebody else is sharing something and you need to
sometimes keystroke, it's like fast, finding a minor problem, but probably, building up a PDF with a bunch of photos or smaller PDFs, and then we got memory problems, right? And how do you transfer a document that's bigger than an email can handle and that kind of stuff,
to be able to use those?
As a treasurer, I got to have a digital record of every single receipt. Now, I'll say it again, so everybody knows. We have to send into the county a copy of the receipt of every single item.
Can it be a photograph of a receipt?
It could be, but then
do you know what system they use?
It's up to us to put it in a PDF, and then we just send it to them.
So
we did that.
I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out. Do they request it as a PDF, or can you send in a photo of the receipt itself?
Well, it's all one report. So it's ultimately to our benefit to just go through this process easily and quickly, get it all done. It's now a PDF with all that information in it, and then send it off, done. So I don't think we should work on solving the problems right now. I was
about to suggest that.
I wanted to say.
I'm happy to, if I can help, I'm happy to look at it with you and try and figure something out.
Okay. And then maybe, I don't know, maybe we should all share with each other, hey, I'm good with, pages, or, I'm 50% with numbers, or, I know this application, I know how to send big files. If we should kind of share that information, then we know who to call. If we need help. Maybe, I don't know, that's a thought that I just had right now.
Okay, so we just all need to be aware of everybody's tech limitations as we work together. Awesome, is kind of how I would synthesize that. Great. Anything else from anybody else? If not, I'll go.
Oh, just the thing I forgot.
Yes.
Yes, we need to wrap up Montero Mountain, and yes, it is a priority of mine, so we will wrap that up.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Okay, so for me, in terms of what to work on, I mean, I suppose it's amorphous, but I lots of other folks have brought it up, but just the idea of how well we work with the rest of the county, which I think honestly is Kimberly said, it's relationship building, right? So I think it will help that I'm having a sit down with once a month, right? It's not that it's me particularly, but that's one of us is having a meeting with him every month, so that we have that line of communication open by default.
Is that a set time each month, or
Yeah,
is it?
the third person. So, and I think it's a lot of outreach and meeting with people, as Crystal had said. I think we're in a much better place with the fire department because I sat down and I chatted with them, spent a long time, just kind of hearing their concerns and talking about kind of how I'd approach communicating with them differently a lot. So I think it's that, it's just doing that kind of outreach, and I'm happy to do it. I sort of enjoy that kind of work naturally, so I want to do a lot of that. Something I would sort of challenge us on is, I went to the Farm Worker Remembrance event for 1 year anniversary thing. A lot of elected people came, yada, yada, yada. There was a lot of speeches that included, had no idea this was happening, et cetera, et cetera. And just a few days after that was actually the fire department's fundraiser. And I was at that event. I was sitting at a table, and I don't even know how it came up, but I mentioned going to that event and said, I really enjoyed some of the speeches, and a theme was just this idea of we didn't know this was happening. And one of the women I was sitting at this table with was like, it pisses the hell out of me every time I hear somebody say that. It's like, I grew up in this, like when I was a kid, we used to ask questions like, wow, why do they have to live like that? Like everybody knew this was going on. And I was like, she was very forceful about it. I was initially taken aback, but I spent some time thinking about it. I was like, okay, that's probably true, right? Like it's lots of people actually did know like what those conditions were, and that led to that. And so, the thing I sort of took away from it for me was like, well, I personally actually didn't know how farm workers were living, but if I'm going to represent this community, like, wasn't it my responsibility to know how we're living within it? And I mean, technically, they were having to pay, but whatever. But like, how do I know what's going on in this community? Yes. Like, how do we know what's going on? Like, how can we be sure that something like that isn't happening under our watch as council members? We're supposed to represent this community and everybody in it. So, this is a sort of very amorphous thing, but like, how do we know as council members everything that's going on? Like, by what means do we get information about what's happening in the community? How do we make sure that something like that never happens in our jurisdiction? And I don't know what the answer to that is, but that's a sort of challenge I would throw out there for us to think about this year, is how do we know everything that's happening on the Midcoast? By what avenue do we get information? I mean, we have some very committed folks who attend our meetings. that's great, so we get information from them, but is that? This one's, at the end of the day, only a handful of people out of 12,000. I don't know what, I can't be sure I know what's happening, and that alarms me, because eventually, if you don't, something like that happens. And then it's, oh, I had no idea that was happening, and you know what, you should have.
Well, no, I mean, I think yes and no. I mean, the thing is, it's also the responsibility of the people who know this is going on to let someone know. You can't just, I mean, you can't get mad at somebody else for not knowing. You know what I mean? I think that it's the responsibility of the community members. If you see somebody being abused, if you know something's happening, you've got to tell somebody. And even if it's just, if you want to remain anonymous,
right,
they need to tell somebody. You know, but to say, how do you know? You can't always know. But I think it's up to the community to say something. If you see something, to tell you, if you see something, say something. I mean, that's it.
So how do we build a culture in Midcoast where that's the expectation, that if you see something and you're like, that shouldn't be happening, that that information gets to us?
I don't know where this is going, because there could be no end. Can I ask you just briefly?
Yeah.
What are you worried about? I mean, you're worried about someone 2 months from now saying, hey, Gus, this has been happening and you haven't done anything? Is that what you're worried about?
Well, I mean, the specific event that caused me to even think about all this is some people died, you know? Like,
You're talking about the shooting?
Yeah.
Certain things, Gus, you have no control over.
Yeah, I recognize that. But at the same time, like, shouldn't, like, now that some people are dead, okay, some stuff is gonna actually get addressed or fixed. Like, but wouldn't it have been better to have like addressed and fixed that stuff before 7 people died?
That's my point. Where do you draw a line on it?
Well,
You could go out and pick 1,000 things. In a couple of days. That could be improved.
Yeah, but that's
right.
I'm not talking.
You're talking about level of awareness.
Yeah.
How do we, is there a hand up? Oh, I see. Claire.
Oh, Claire, yeah, go for it.
You're on mute.
You're muted.
You don't hear me. I hear you, Gus, and I agree with you. I think that we sometimes hear from the same people over and over about the same issues over and over. And we know there's more stuff going on than what just comes up at MCC meetings. And I'm not sure what the solution is, other than kind of what Crystalline was saying. Be present places that you haven't been present before. Listen to what's going on around you. Meet new people. Keep your ears open. I think we all have to do that, because I think even though we're working so hard on so many issues, there's a lot of them out there that we don't hear anything about. And we can't do everything, but we can keep a broader vision for ourselves, and when we look at the community and not just look at the same people and the same issues over and over.
Someone typed anonymous online forum in the chat.
But yeah, that was something I was gonna say. Like, if somebody actually did have something they wanted to say anonymously.
But not everybody has online skills, so maybe a phone line.
We tend to focus on things like the pipes for the stormwater, all these focus on things, but we tend not to focus on people. You drive by, you head north past the airport at the farm there, and we see all the people working. We never think to ourselves, well, where do they live? Well, why don't I ever see them at Safeway? Why? You have to ask those questions. You have to be, well, like Claire said, you have to be aware and mindful, and just say, be less oblivious. And then you will know, right?
Yes, so I'm essentially just challenging us to think about that this year. Like, what are we each individually doing enough to know what's going on in our community? And could we be doing more? And if so, like, what are those things? And
that's part of being a good person too.
Sure.
You know,
yeah.
Be mindful.
Yes, but I also think we have a higher responsibility to do that, given our goal.
Sure.
Oh, Crystalline. Yeah, Crystalline, go for it.
Yeah. So I think I think if you can increase the ways that people can communicate with you, so like an online form, and yeah, not everybody can do an online form. Um, and so your meetings and things, but anonymous is a bit of a key to that because with the deplorable farm worker housing situations, there were individuals on actual farm worker related commissions and committees that knew, and the problem had been so long and systemic that they didn't know how to move it forward. But then so much time went by that the people who were willing to do something about it weren't being told about it at that point. So it's important that if you do start finding different ways to receive information, and even if it becomes anonymous, that you talk about it amongst yourselves, but then also push it forward. So like for myself, there was an issue that not like it's a rumor in the community and it's a strong rumor. And when I had Ray trapped in my car when he needed that ride, he
Oh,
made
now we don't get things done instead of kind
Yeah.
kidnap them. You don't let them go until they, okay, sorry, Crystal.
Oh, no. So he made an offhanded comment, unrelated, but an offhanded comment about this particular thing. And I was like, oh, well, you know what? The scuttlebutt is, XYZ is happening there and blah, blah, blah. And his response was, I kind of heard some wrinkling about it, but nothing really substantial. But if you're telling me that you've got 15 people telling you that this thing is a problem or this thing is happening, like that gives me some teeth to be able to really go back to the person that's running that thing and say, hey, I've got a, a community leader who has 15 people saying that this thing is happening, and you're telling me that it's not, but I need more evidence that it's not. And so it really just if you can find ways to make that work in your favor and move those forwards, then things like the farm worker housing will become less and less of a problem.
Cool. Thank you for that, Crystal. Okay, so in terms of kind of what I want to work on, like it's being better about our relationships with the county and thinking about how I personally can be better at understanding what's going on in the community and challenging each of you to do this. In terms of internal process stuff, I mean, all I can really say is like I think you guys are amazing people. It's 1 year into this, I am heartened by the fact that the Midcoast has so many people who actually care enough to come to meetings, come to all of them, some have just come to some, but like, if we're ever gonna improve California, if we're ever gonna change some of the directions we're going as a state and as a country, it requires people to actually care enough to do things like attend meetings like this, to get involved, as opposed to just throw up their hands and check out completely. And I appreciate that the Midcoast has so many people who make the choice to actually get involved, and that everybody here is doing that X number of hours per week for $0 is truly something to behold. And whether it's something like Cypress Point, where I think the forces arrayed against us are too strong to beat them. But even so, if it's the community's wish that we fight this thing, I'm happy to fight it until the very end. And there is no group of people that I would rather have that fight with than the people in this room and the people on this Zoom. So, I am really enjoying working with you guys, and I'm excited to see what we accomplish this year.
I would like to see if we could accomplish an adjournment.
Let's do it.
And our first accomplishment of this new year can be
That's
adjourning.
low-hanging fruit right there.
Very achievable. All right, love you guys. We are done.
So
unless somebody objects.
I have a question since we're off. Doug.
Yes.
You know the sign that says PG&E staging area at the harbor?
yeah.
What does that mean? What do they stage?
Recording stopped.
Materials.
For what reason?
Electrical materials for repairing, engineering.
Yeah, the line has got pulled down because of the